Hey, did you know that SMUD is now paying Sacramento homeowners thousands of dollars upfront to put a
Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 5 o'clock and announce that the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 4. Mr. Superintendent, do we have any blue cards on items 1 through 4?
We do not.
Then I will close public comment and recess into closed session.
Test, test.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Shh. Thank you. All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order at 6:01 p.m. and announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's board meeting. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings is available to the public by using the link located on the district's website. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. We encourage you to attend meetings and share your feedback with the board. Your active participation is valued and contributes to the decision-making process. Some quick comments on public comment before we get started. During regular board meetings, the public may make public comment on items on the agenda or items not on the agenda. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel safe, welcome, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by any individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. All right, for our land acknowledgement, Mr. Zhang.
We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
Thank you very much. And now for our Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to welcome up Jeff and Tessa Scott and hand it off to Mr. Yang, who has some words for them.
All right. Perry Elementary School is honored to recognize Mr. and Mrs. Jeff and Teresa Scott as our education partners. We are proud to recognize the Scott family for their outstanding dedications and involvement in the Perry Elementary community. Mr. and Mrs. Scott have been involved parents at the school since 2022. They have 2 children who attend Perry's Truett in 5th grade and Sienna in 1st grade. Mr. Scott gorgeously volunteers his time and talents as DJ and MC for the annual fun run, bringing energy and excitement to the event each year. For the past 3 years, he has also been the DJ for the beloved school family dance, creating fun and more memorable events for students and their families. Mr. and Mrs. Scott are consistently positive presence on campus. They engage with students and support school activities and enthusiasm. In addition to his volunteer efforts, Mr. Scott has served on the school site council, contributing thoughtful input to help guide school decisions. The commitment of Mr. and Mrs. Scott has gone beyond classroom and school events. They also both coach the Perry flag football team, modeling teamwork and sportsmanship for the student athletes. Whether it is attending events, cheering on students, or leading a helping hand, the Scott family exemplifies what it means to be active, caring members of our school community. We are deeply grateful for their continued support and spirit. Thank you.
Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have some recognitions. Our 2024-25 Employees of the Year. Ms. Buckmaster.
Evening, community members. It's great to see you here tonight. Trustees, colleagues, members of Superintendent Hoffman and Cabinet. It's an honor today to recognize some of the most amazing folks who work with our students and families in our community. We're here tonight to celebrate our Employee of the Year event. So trustees, before we begin, we'd like to have you come down and stand here in this curve in the center because we will have the employees come up and shake your hands as they get their awards. So as they're doing that, let me explain how this will go. Employees who are being honored tonight, we're going to call your name, and you're going to come up along this side. We have our HR directors who are here. Go ahead, come on up. Yeah. Our HR directors are here, and they have their awards for you. After you receive your award, we'll shake your hands, and then you can come on over and stand with our trustees as we read about the good work that you're doing in our district. We'll also have opportunity at the end for all of our employees being recognized to come up together as a group to take a group photo, and families can also come up at that time to snap photos as well. All right, let's go ahead and begin. So our first Employee of the Year is in the AFSCME category. So I'd like to invite Sarah Kimura up, along with her AFSCME representative and Rudy Ortega Jr., her supervisor. Come on up, Sarah. Come on up, Sarah. So Ms. Sarah Kimura is being recognized as Employee of the Year because of the incredible impact she's had on our students, staff, and community. Through her leadership, creativity, and deep commitment to student success, she's played a major role in transforming the library into a true hub of learning and support. From launching a peer tutoring program that's so popular it fills the library daily, to partnering with staff to tackle academic challenges like Math 1, Ms. Kimura brings people together, finds solutions, and always puts students first. Her work is a key part of what makes Elk Grove High School a stronger and more supportive place for everyone. Thank you, Ms. Kimura. Thank you. So next up, we'd like to call Kevin Nguyen and his ATU representative, as well as Ken Black, Director of Transportation. Come on up. Kevin came to work at Elk Grove Unified School District in 2018 as a school bus driver. Kevin is an excellent school bus driver and has demonstrated his ability to engage with students in a kind and caring manner. He is also a very safe bus driver and consistently runs school bus routes on time and is always willing to cover additional routes when called upon. In 2023, Kevin became a scheduling technician. He quickly learned the many tasks involved in building school bus routes needed to transport the students of Elk Grove to the many schools in the district. Kevin is currently specialized in special needs routes and is passionate about setting up the best routes possible to transport students as safely and as efficiently possible. While being a scheduler is a full-time job, Kevin still drives a school bus route every morning and every afternoon in order to get students to school and back home in the most timely manner possible. And he still manages to find time to route students and to take care of scheduling needs and does so with a positive attitude. And he is just very wonderful to work with. Kevin is deserving of this recognition. He is generally a great worker. He's very skilled at both driving and scheduling. He collaborates well with staff, students, site personnel, and students' families. Congratulations, Kevin, and thank you for what you do. Okay, next up we have Marissa Wimbley. Marissa is joined by Tommy Amatari, who's supervisor, as well as her CSEA representative. So we'd like to congratulate Marissa. The title of Employee of the Year falls short of all the amazing work you do. You are one of the hardest working, most knowledgeable, competent, flexible, and capable people in health services. You are also one of the most welcoming and understanding people with the kindest heart who cares deeply for all students and does what's best. Every school that you have worked at has asked to keep you, and you are able to make connections with all staff, students, and families, even when others find it difficult. You are trusted amongst everyone in health services, especially with all school nurses, who are not always the easiest group, I hear. I didn't write this, just for the record. Love you, school nurses. We are excited you are continuing your education and getting your bachelor's in nursing in hopes for you to be a school nurse in EGUSD one day soon. We can help with that. Congratulations again, Marissa. We appreciate all that you do. So our next person is Ellen Byron. She was not able to come tonight, but we do just want to take a minute to read about Ellen. We have her award, and she is going to be receiving that as well. Ellen Byron always showed her deep love for our students and a passion for their academic success. It's what drove the work she did as a coach. Ellen's work as a math coach at our site began from that student perspective. From there, she worked collaboratively with teachers, not only to provide them with the tools to better their craft, but also the motivation to grow as educators, professionals, and as people, all for the benefit of student learning. Ellen would go above and beyond to be the coach that would come alongside teachers to provide skills and encourage and to motivate. In addition to her great work as an educator, it was also who she was as a person. Her approachable manner, her personal style, and her genuine care for people shone through in every interaction and conversation she had with people. She will truly be missed as she moves on in retirement. We wish her the very best. We can give a round of applause for Ellen. So next up, we have Bethany Hancock, who is our EGEA Teacher of the Year. Ms. Hancock is joined by Jill Jones, as well as her EGEA rep. Ms. Hancock is the embodiment of what it means to be an exceptional educator, and she is deeply deserving of the honor of Teacher of the Year. Her classroom is a place where every child feels seen, heard, and valued, thanks to her unwavering compassion and genuine empathy for her students. Ms. Hancock not only meets her students where they are academically and emotionally, but she also models and instills empathy in them daily, teaching by example how to listen, care, and support one another. Her nurturing presence creates a safe and inclusive learning environment where kindness is just as important as academics. Ms. Hancock's impact extends far beyond the classroom, shaping her students into thoughtful, empathetic individuals who carry those values into the world. And I also want to highlight that Ms. Hancock has recently been awarded Teacher of the Year for the Sacramento County Office of Education. So we also want to congratulate her for this additional award tonight. Thank you, Ms. Hancock. So next up, we'd like to welcome Stephen Ramsey, who is EGA Teacher of the Year as well. And we'd also like to welcome Mark Benson, his principal, as well as his EGA rep. Laguna Creek High School would like to highlight the incredible work of Stephen Ramsey. What stands out most about him is his deep care for his students and his extensive experience in scientific research. He brings a nurturing and compassionate presence to the classroom while maintaining a structured and consistent approach that allows our cardinals to thrive. In his classroom, learning is alive and active. Mr. Ramsey engages students with innovative strategies, whether it's through thought-provoking discussions, rigorous lab experiments, or relevant real-world presentations. He intentionally aligns his teaching with the IB learning philosophy and our school's mission, guiding students to be inquirers, thinkers, and global citizens. Our cardinals not only master the technical side of science, but also examine its ethical implications and its impact on both local and global communities. Mr. Ramsey blends both the art and the science of teaching. He models instructional excellence, creating a classroom culture where students feel safe to be curious, caring, and open-minded. He embraces innovation, ensuring that his students receive an exceptional education experience. Laguna Creek High School is proud to have Mr. Ramsey on our team. He inspires a love of science and prepares our cardinals for future success. Congratulations. Next up, we'd like to welcome Todd Barber for EG Teams. Come on up, Todd. And Todd's current supervisor is Superintendent Hoffman. While our previous CTO transitioned to a new opportunity, Todd immediately stepped up with unwavering commitment. He leaned into the challenge with humility, eager to learn, quick to listen, and thoughtful in building connections across the tech services team and other departments, keeping projects moving forward. His leadership over the years, through his previous roles as manager and director, and now as CTO, has been a steady blend of professionalism and empathy, recognizing the complexities of change while guiding us with care and confidence. With over 27 years of dedication to EGUSD, this is a perfect moment to acknowledge just how fortunate we are to have him leading our department and the district in all things technology during this pivotal time. Congratulations, Todd. So our next employee is and also one of our retiring folks who is not able to make it tonight, Robin Riley. Ms. Riley was a principal in our district, and it's impossible to overstate the incredible impact Robin Riley has had over her 35 years of education. Leading with both heart and clear vision, her unwavering commitment to students and families has been truly inspiring. Robin's tireless efforts in fostering inclusive and thriving school communities where every student feels seen and valued have created a profound difference. Thank you, Robin, for your extraordinary dedication and the lasting warmth you've brought to the Elk Grove Unified School District. And we'll make sure Robin gets her award as well. Yvette Buggs was awarded from EG Teams admin support. Her supervisor is Brian McNeil. Yvette, unfortunately, was also not able to make it this evening, but we also want to recognize her, and we will get her award to her as well. Yvette is the queen of Irene B. West Elementary. She is a model school secretary that others work to emulate. What separates Yvette from the pack is how seamlessly she wears all of the different hats she owns in her work life. Yvette is all of our caretaker, detail manager, relationship massager, problem solver, and community liaison. Yvette is so knowledgeable and wise that other secretaries come to shadow her. Just the beginning of this year alone, she went to other school sites, even on her own free time, to mentor and train folks new to the position. Yvette has a way with the community. She reaches out to families to support them and resolves concerns before they grow. She seamlessly supports 140 staff and a very large school budget while never complaining or a terse word. Yvette even has a way with kids like none of the rest of us. She can calm and soothe an upset child like no other. Congratulations to Queen Yvette Buggs and finally earning Egg Best Employee of the Year for 2025. All right, next up we have Corey Chadwick from NUHW. Her supervisor is Katie Thomas, and we'd like our NUHW rep to come down as well. Corey is an exceptional school-based mental health therapist known for her ability to foster strong, trusting relationships with all members of the educational community. Her unwavering advocacy for students is evident in her commitment to addressing urgent needs and in her thoughtful, comprehensive approach to care. She consistently asks insightful questions to ensure that each student's needs are met in a well-rounded, holistic manner. When crises arise, Corey remains calm, poised, and reflective, always taking the time to consider the most ethical and compassionate response. Her support not only empowers students to thrive socially, behaviorally, and academically, but it also contributes to a positive educational environment where every student feels valued. Beyond her direct work with students, Corey stands out as a leader within the mental health team, offering guidance, mentorship, and support to her colleagues. Her leadership, coupled with her dedication to student well-being, makes her an invaluable asset for the Elk Grove community. Congratulations, Corey. All right, and last up, but definitely not least, we have Tina Smith from PSWA, and her supervisor is Amrit Singh. Come on up. Tina Smith has been a school psychologist in EGUSD for 25 years, for which she was recognized earlier this year. Tina has been an active member of PSWA and over the years has served as vice president, president, and negotiator. She has served the Samuel Kennedy Elementary School community for over 20 years and has also covered students who attended level programs. In her private time, she and her husband own a WNBF natural bodybuilding organization which puts on competitions throughout the country and the world. Tina is a highly valued member of our school psychologist team and wholeheartedly deserves to win this award. Congratulations, Tina, and thank you. All right. So at this time, we would like to go ahead and call back all of our employees who were winners this evening so they can come and take a group photo up here in the front. And families, once they get up here, this is also a great time for you to come in and snap a family shot as well. Yeah, we had them just in case they showed up. All right, let's go ahead and give them one last round of applause. Congratulations, you're welcome. Congratulations. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Great.
All right, as we transition out, we do have one public comment on this item. So Mr. Yang, lead us on the blue cards.
Okay. Maybe.
Shh. Thank you.
Okay, we have one blue card on this item. Crystal McCallie. Is your mic on?
Now it is. Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Vargas, Superintendent Hoffman, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Crystal McGee Lee. I'm the president ATU Local 256, and I just want to say, just to get up, and all ATU, can you please rise for our Employee of the Year and give him a hand? I just want to say thank you, Kevin, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That ends our blue card on this item. Board President Vargas.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, we have a number of resolutions tonight. The first up is Week of the School Administrator, Ms. Buckmaster.
I'm looking to see if some of our admin, come on up, Marty. Some of our members of our administrative team are coming up to stand in recognition of this. So the board is requested to approve Resolution 27, recognizing the week of October 13th through 19th, 2025 as the week of the school administrator in the Elk Grove Unified School District. Research has demonstrated that district and school leadership is one of the significant dynamics of schools and districts where high achievement occurs for all students, regardless of socioeconomic factors, home language, or ethnic diversity. Therefore, in recognition of the dedicated efforts of school and district administrators to make a difference in the lives of children and to support the work of the teachers and the support staff who work in our schools, the state of California has identified the week of October 13th through 19th, 2025 as the week of the school administrator. The Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education is asked to approve the attached resolution.
I apologize. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
No blue card on this item, Board President.
Thank you very much. Then I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 27, recognizing the week of October 13th through the 19th, 2025 as the week of the school administrator in the Elk Grove Unified School District.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Yang,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Ballerini. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is our United Way campaign. Ms. Gerber.
Okay. 32.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. With me here is Tiffany Buss. She is representing the United Way. Thanks for being here, Tiffany. I'm going to briefly go over the resolution, and then I'll turn it over to Tiffany to talk more about the events that United Way does in coordination with Elk Grove Unified. The United Way is an organization dedicated to public service in the fields of education, health, rehabilitation, family, youth and aged counseling, legal aid, and emergency assistance. We ask the board tonight to adopt resolution number 24 and proclaim the period of October 1st through October 31st, 2025 as the United Way campaign for the Elk Grove Unified School District.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Tiffany Buss. I am the Resource Development Manager at United Way, California Capital Region. For the past 3 years, I've had the privilege of coming here and speaking to you about how important the employee giving campaign is. And you guys already know that because you guys have been doing one for over 30 years. So thank you for your continued support. United Way strives to mobilize communities to action so that all can thrive. And we aren't able to do that without your support. I could go on and on about all of the amazing programs that we have and other nonprofits have, but I want to talk about two in particular tonight. Our Dolly Parton Imagination Library is a program that provides free books for children from ages 0 to 5. They get a free book every month. It is addressed to them, and it is the cutest thing when they go to the mailbox and are able to open their own mail. So that program originally started in Yolo County, and in August, we announced that we had mailed our 100,000th book. And earlier this month, we expanded into Sacramento County. Our other program that I'd like to talk about is our Kinder Camp program. This one also started in Yolo County, but in summer of 2026, it'll be expanding into Sacramento County as well. This is a 4-week kindergarten readiness program for those children who were unable to go to preschool. During these 4 weeks, they learn how to hold a pencil, how to read, how to spell their name, how to stand in line, how to share books and toys, and just get all of the little things that they might have learned at preschool. So we really appreciate your support, and I hope that you will approve the continuation of the employee giving campaign. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
No blue card on this item.
Excellent. Then I will entertain a motion to adopt resolution number 24, which proclaims the period of October 1 through October 31st, 2025 as the United Way campaign.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Baldwin,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Moore. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very
so
much.
much.
Next up, National Bullying Prevention Month. Mr. Singh.
I'll take this one if that's okay. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, President Vargas, and members of the community. Today I am here to request that the board adopt resolution number 21, recognizing October as National Bullying Prevention Month. October is National Bullying Prevention Month, a month-long event to prevent childhood bullying and promote kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. The PACER Center is a national organization focused on the principle of parents helping parents, supporting families, promoting a safe environment for all children, and working in collaboration with others. In 2006, the PACER Center developed the initial campaign, National Bullying Prevention and Awareness Week, to raise awareness about bullying. Historically, bullying has been viewed as a childhood rite of passage that makes kids tougher. But the reality has always been that bullying can leave devastating and often long-term effects, such as loss of self-esteem, increased anxiety, and depression for those who are involved. The National Bullying Prevention and Awareness Campaign reaches out to communities, schools, and families around the world to educate the need to keep kids safe in schools. This campaign is a catalyst for involving a nation to take actions at the local level to create safe and supportive schools, sharing information about the issue through news media, social media, video, and print publications, promoting dialogue between educators, parents, and students on their roles in addressing and preventing bullying, inspiring everyone to unite for kindness, acceptance, and inclusion, and helping to create a world without bullying. I respectfully request that the Board of Education consider adopting Resolution Number 21, recognizing the month of October as National Bullying Prevention Month.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yang, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Yes, Board President, there is one blue card on this item, calling on Jency Ferraro.
Sorry. Good evening, Board and Superintendent Hoffman. My name is Jency Ferraro. I'm the Director of Advocacy with EG Speaks. This is Amanda. She's our President and CEO. We're always delighted to see a resolution for anti-bullying, and as representatives of parents and the community of students with disabilities, I would like to take the time to read something that I read today from Miss Rachel. If you don't know who Miss Rachel is, you may not have little kids, but I highly recommend looking her up. She said, "Hi, autistic friends. As my hero, Mr. Rogers, would say, I like you just the way you are. You are a gift to your family and a gift to the world. Many of you will write poems, play baseball, go on dates. If you don't or can't, that won't make you any less wonderful or worthy. I see the unique gifts that you have and the joy that you bring just by being you. I'm sorry that there's a stigma and that you may be treated in ways that hurt you. I'm sorry that you may not have access to the support, accommodations, and inclusion that you deserve. That breaks my heart too. It doesn't mean anything about you and your autism. And we will work to make things better for you and your family. We will work with you, we will listen to you, and you will lead. I see you and I adore you, and I'm amazed by you. Love, Miss Rachel." And we're here tonight because we have come to the district repeatedly asking for a comprehensive framework to change the culture and climate of ableism within this district. We hope that as you take a moment to reflect on bullying prevention, that you consider what the district could be offering to communities to ensure that our students are safe, included, and cared for. And we're here to support that in any way.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. With that, I will entertain a motion to adopt Resolution Number 21, recognizing the month of October as National Bullying Prevention Month.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Yang,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Ballerini. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next up is Walk and Roll to School Day. Dr. Coates.
All right. Well, good evening, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, staff, and community. I'm excited to speak on Walk and Roll to School Day, one of my favorites, coming up. Walk and Roll to School Day is an international celebration held each October, engaging students and families in communities across the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom. On Wednesday, October 8th, 2025, elementary schools throughout Elk Grove Unified School District will once again participate in this annual event. With coordination from school staff, community partners, and the district's Safe Routes to School program, campuses will host activities designed to encourage safe, active travel. Students and families are encouraged to walk, bike, or roll to school rather than drive. Many schools will organize walking school buses and bike trains, along with classroom lessons highlighting the health, safety, and environmental benefits of choosing active transportation. Beyond a one-day celebration, the event helps foster lifelong healthy habits, builds community connections, and inspires year-round participation in safe and active travel programs. You are warmly invited to join our students and staff in walking, rolling, and celebrating at school sites on October 8th. And we are kindly asking to approve Resolution 23, designating October 8th, 2025 as Walk and Roll to School Day.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
Board President, there's no blue card on this item.
Thank you very much. Then I will entertain a motion to approve Resolution number 23, designating October 8th, 2025 as Walk and Roll to School Day.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Yang and seconded by Ms. Baldwin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Safe Schools Week. Dr. Coates again.
All right, here I am. We are also asking the board to consider adopting Resolution 26, recognizing America's Safe Schools Week to be observed for the week of October 19th through the 25th. America's Safe Schools Week is held during the third full week in October. It serves as an opportunity for schools, families, and communities to join in promoting safe, secure, and supportive learning environments for every student by highlighting prevention strategies, positive school climates, and partnerships with families, law enforcement, and community organizations. America's Safe Schools Week underscores the importance of vigilance, respect, and responsibility in ensuring the well-being of students and staff. Through education, early intervention, and collaborative action, schools can reduce incidents of violence and other threats, helping every child to thrive academically and socially. In support of this mission, the Elk Grove Unified Communications Department conducted a comprehensive safety campaign during August and September. This campaign addressed critical topics such as getting to school safely, stranger danger, heat safety, checking in at the school office, bus safety, familiarizing the community with the role of campus supervisors, and more. The Elk Grove School District is proud to support this national effort and calls on students, staff, parents, and community members to participate in activities and initiatives that build awareness and strengthen safety across our schools.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yang, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Board President, there's no blue card on this item.
Thank you. Then before we move forward, I do want to add some color to this item. This resolution is part of a long-running conversation that the superintendent and I have been having this year about how we talk about school safety. We are doing incredible work to keep our schools safe, but our community is also inundated with stories about violence around the country. The anxiety they feel is justified, and it's our responsibility to not only create safe school campuses that are safe for all of our students, but also to reassure our community that this is a top priority for us. This year, the board has had a presentation on school safety. We have had the opportunity to observe the annual training drill with the Elk Grove PD and the Sheriff's Department, and this has become a regular topic of conversation during our talks with the City of Elk Grove, for which I want to thank Councilmember Sergio Robles and Elk Grove PD Chief Bobby Davis for their continued support. In addition, you may have seen the comprehensive campaign about campus safety coming out on the district's social media pages. We take this responsibility very seriously, but this is a team effort and we rely on the public to be vigilant and vocal. If you have questions, please reach out to us. And if you have specific concerns, say something. Help us keep our kids safe. And with that, I will entertain a motion. A motion to adopt resolution number 26, recognizing America's Safe Schools Week to be observed the week of October 19th to 25th, 2025.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Yang.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Baldwin. Is there any further discussion from the board? All right, then.
I'll say something.
Ms. Moore? Yes.
I would just like to say that I also value safety for our staff and students, and I know that that is a big concern for many of our parents every day as they drop their kids off at school. And I recently visited with the safety team, our district safety team, and I really appreciate their work and their feedback regarding things that we can do better to support them. And so I appreciate their work, and I hope that we can continue to make this a priority for our students and families, because they do, our students and staff do deserve to be safe every day at school. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yang, did you have more?
I was also wanted to echo what President Vargas was saying. I too care deeply about the safety of our students and our staff. I have numerous times talked to our staff about our protocol and so forth, and Of course, it's not, perfect, but we have done a lot of improvement over the years. I've been here 5 years, and I'm very pleased with what we have done so far and continue to improve. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I will take the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next up, Digital Citizenship Week in the Elk Grove Unified School District. Mr. Barber.
Good evening, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Last but not least tonight, the board is asked to approve resolution number 22, which proclaims the period from October 20th to October 24th as Digital Citizenship Week. The California Department of Education designates the week of October 20th as Digital Citizenship Week. Digital Citizenship Week strives to assist students in gaining the tools to be safe, productive, kind, responsible, and respectful members of online communities and build capacity for students and families to make safe, smart, and ethical decisions in the digital world.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
President Vargas, there's no blue card on this item.
Then I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 22, which proclaims the period from October 20th to 24th, 2025 as Digital Citizenship Week.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Ballerini, seconded by Mr. Yang. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have student expulsion and involuntary transfer recommendations. Is there anybody wishing to address the board in closed session regarding a student expulsion? Then I will entertain a motion to approve the recommendation for student expulsion.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Yang.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Ballerini. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Request for return from student expulsion. I will entertain a motion to approve the recommendations for students seeking readmission from expulsion to the Elk Grove Unified School District.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Yang.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Moore. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next up, we have public comment for items not on the agenda. So we have a unique situation tonight where we have an item later on the agenda that is likely to be of interest to many of the people here. We want to offer you this opportunity as well to speak on that item if you have other obligations tonight, need to get home, or have other family things going on. So you are welcome to speak now, or you are welcome to stay until the item later on. But if you submitted a blue card for the item later on, just let us know, and we will have your name here so that you can come up and do it. But with that, I will hand it off to Mr. Yang.
Yeah, good evening. In regard to that, we do have 4 blue cards for the N items. However, for this particular public comment item, we have 33 blue cards. So, Board President, we can go to our policy as far as numbers of blue cards that we have.
Yes.
Which will decrease the number of time that we give to our speakers.
So consistent with our handbook and our school policy, that means that each speaker will have 1 minute to speak. So please adjust your comments accordingly.
With that said, I would like to say that there's a few names here, and if I mispronounce your name, please feel free to correct us when you come to the podium. So when I call your name, please come to the podium, and I will also announce the second speaker, and then prepare yourself to come to the podium. All right, first up is Shakia Thomas, followed by Sylvia Garcia. Just a second, let me adjust the time. Come on up. The first one is Shakia Thomas. Okay, well, we'll come back to that individual later on. Okay. Next up, Sylvia Garcia. Followed up by Edgar.
Good evening, board. Sure you guys remember me from last time. Sylvia Lopez Garcia, school bus driver for 8 years. I'm here to ask you guys to come to the table with a fair offer. We've given several offers and we keep getting them back, basically not even looked at. You guys know what we do. We're out there. We get to work at 5. We don't leave until 6. Many of our drivers go home and go to bed and roll over and come back. We are driving all day. We're losing drivers. When I read the report that you guys sat there and told the news, we're hiring 15 people, guarantee we're only gonna maybe keep 1. And that's if we're lucky. They might stay for a couple years and go, you know, I'm out. I get better offer. I'm loyal to you guys because I am from Elk Grove. My kids go here. I went here. I love my kids here. I love the staff. And it's not fair what you're doing.
Thank you. Next, Edgar. Edgar Otto Daniel, followed by Kurt Thompson. Edgar. Okay. It's coming.
Good evening, board, Superintendent Hoffman, community, fellow bargain units, and peers. For several meetings, ATU has stopped before you asking for support on pay, benefits, educational credits, and protections around contractual language. I want to acknowledge something. The district has improved pay and recognized the transportation department. We appreciate those steps. But be clear, we're still behind on negotiating better pay, better benefits. We're still finding financial hardships and inequity. So tonight, ATU gives you a bit of a homework as we are part of the educational system. Create a permanent line in the budget for classified employees. Allocate consistent funds so bargaining units are here not fighting for pay, but celebrating our kids in our community. Strengthen the system and process so employees aren't left waiting for pay, benefits, and earnings. And don't be fooled by the perfect picture or the polished numbers that can be manipulated. Real fairness is about the daily reality our employees live. The bargaining units are ready. The funds exist. The president is there. The decision is yours. Ours is clear. We will not settle.
Thank you, sir. Next, Kurt Thompson, followed by Shaza Kavia.
So I want to talk about the reports of students in our schools celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. We have our student rep here. Is this the culture that we have in our student body? One that cheers the death of a 31-year-old husband and father? I really hope these are just isolated incidents. Now, kids deserve grace, but teachers, at least 2 teachers in this district, publicly celebrate an innocent man's murder. They spew that vile in their classrooms. Would they celebrate my murder in front of my kids? They've lost the trust of any sane parent and must be disciplined. And bargaining reps, when those teachers cry about free speech, tell them you celebrated the murder of the let's have a discussion guy. You're dealing with the other guy now. And if it's okay for you to celebrate murder, and that's your free speech, don't be surprised when you're fired for yours. And to the people who like to inflame this stuff and call and label people like me racist or fascist at these meetings, you have no idea how much I crave your disapproval now, because I've seen what makes you cheer. So I'm done for now. I'll be back later.
Thank you. Next, Shazia Kelvia, followed by Yoda Cobb.
Good evening, board members and the community. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to urge you to keep our campus supervisors and our counselors in schools. Our campus supervisors are the eyes and ears of safety. They build relationships with students, prevent conflicts, and create a secure environment where learning can happen. Our counselors provide critical social emotional support and guide students through challenges that directly affect their academic success. If we lose these roles, we risk compromising both student safety and student success. Please invest in the people who protect, guide, and lead our kids every day. Make our schools safer, stronger, and better for all students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Emily Owens. I'm sorry, Yada, right? Okay.
Yalda.
Followed by Emily Owens.
Hello again. My name is Yalda Kakar, and I'm a school counselor at John Earhart Elementary and Charles Mack Elementary. I spoke last board meeting about me feeling nervous to speak here and the steps I took to prepare myself. I never got to finish, but I just wanted to say my story wasn't just about me. I wanted to share through modeling and storytelling the work we elementary counselors do every day for every child. It's not as simple as playing a breathing video for them. It's unique to each individual, and that is what each one of us represents. That pillar of unconditional love and support in their lives, their safe space when nowhere else feels safe. It takes time, relationship building, and lots of love to fully know and understand each child, not just those dealing with grief or feeling unsafe at home, but every single child. At both my sites, I can confidently say most, if not all, children in every grade level know who their counselor is and why their feelings and thoughts matters, because we all have them. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Up next, Emily Owens, followed by Karen Hamilton.
Good evening. My name is Emily Owens, and I'm the school counselor at David Reese and Arthur Butler Elementary Schools. I've always admired this district, and I love being a part of this community. To me, this district represents inclusion and a commitment to the success of every student. I'm proud to be part of that commitment. My role here has been both rewarding and challenging. I serve 2 schools with a combined 1,800 students. The recommended ratio is 1 counselor for every 250 students. We are not the only district that struggles to fund counselors. Dr. Loretta Whitson, the director of the California Association of School Counselors, spoke to this by saying, California schools have no roots in adequately funding student support services, so we don't know what we don't know. What's possible under a fully staffed school counseling workforce is simply unimaginable. But in our district, we do know. Instead of cutting counselors, let's continue to build on our successes. We can be leaders in student support services. I know this because of the amazing colleagues that I have here. Please invest in us and see what a fully staffed school counseling workforce can provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Karen Hamilton, followed by Danielle Medish.
Thank you for your service and for giving me a chance to advocate for the continued support of elementary school counselors. I'm Karen Hamilton, and I work at Florin and Miriam Mix Elementary Schools. I don't share this with my students, but I came to work in children's mental health after a career as a deputy state public defender. As an attorney, I filed appeals for the lives of condemned murderers on death row. I saw firsthand the pain and suffering of the victims' families, and also that typically endured in the childhood by those who grew up to commit these heinous crimes. Every day I wondered, how did it come to this? Where were the helpers during the childhood and school years of my clients? Why didn't anyone show up for that child? I became an elementary school counselor because I wanted to show up and make a difference. My colleagues and I show up and make a difference for all the students, teachers, and parents in our school communities. I hope you'll find a way for us to keep doing so in the years to come.
Thank you. Next, Danielle Medish, followed by Jennifer Sinclair.
Good evening. I'm Danielle Medich, school counselor at Jackson and Sims Elementary Schools. Elk Grove is my home. My sons attend Markhoffer. My husband teaches and coaches at Valley High School, and I'm a proud K-12 graduate of EGUSD. 3 years ago, I took the first step to change careers and serve the future of my community. I'm one of 15 counselors serving 30 elementary schools representing over 23,000 students. Last year, we provided Tier 3 individual counseling to 355 students, conducted 101 risk assessments, and referred 106 students to outside agencies. 1,108 students received Tier 2 group counseling. We taught 903 SEL classroom lessons, and 23,374 students received our Tier 1 PBIS support. These aren't just numbers, they're the lives of our youngest, most vulnerable students, navigating anxiety, trauma, and so much more. They matter. They deserve school counselors to help build their social, emotional, and academic foundation for long-term success. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jennifer St. Clair, followed by Marilyn Yu.
Good evening. I would like to share the perspective of an instructional coach who has been able to collaborate with two of our incredible equity coaches. We have collaborated on multiple projects together, including Grading for Equity, data days, and site engagement teams, to name a few. Bryn, a coach I share 2 sites with, brings a different lens to help ensure equitable practices, not just in classroom spaces, but in staff spaces as well. Her knowledge and skill set has made a huge impact on our schools, teachers, and ultimately our students. Similarly, Robert, who I share a site with, has also been a change agent in shedding light on common practices and why we may want to rethink them. Our equity coaches are helping our district move the needle in the direction that I believe we all would like to see. Keep them, and we can keep moving forward.
Thank you. Marilyn Yu, followed by Brian Lam.
I'm an EGUSD teacher of 34 years at David Reese. At our site, losing our counselor, VP, campus supervisor, and AIT will be detrimental. Recent studies, the media, and communities across the nation prove more and more students need these key positions on campus to meet the students' and families' needs. The counselors alone address the more serious traumas students now bring on a daily basis, issues teachers and other staff are unable to deal with. If these positions are cut, there will be more disciplinary referrals, more mental unwellness, and very little learning. Families trust us to uphold the district's mission statement, every student learning in every classroom and every subject every day to prepare college career-ready graduates. But this will not happen if these positions are cut, especially with our marginalized communities such as Reese. This is not equitable. The David Reese staff personally invite each and every one of you to come and visit us and see what it's like at our school and why these positions are so important and critical to our school and to our students. Please come and see.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Brian Liu. Brian Liu, followed by Wendy Wang.
Good evening. My name is Bryn Lum, and I'm incredibly moved by my colleague who just said so many wonderful things about the work that we do. I'm a proud resident of Elk Grove, and I have 2 children here in Elk Grove Unified Schools, and the work that we do really supports all students, but especially those that are the most marginalized in our communities. The last 4 years, we've provided professional learning on the topics of bias, microaggressions, systemic racism, equitable grading practices, compassionate dialogue, culturally responsive pedagogy, and many book studies to support individual teachers, grade level teams, and administrators with coaching and co-planning and demo lessons that build community in the classroom and increase students' sense of belonging. We have built lesson plans, resources, and newsletters that bring awareness to underrepresented groups in ways that can be shared with students. And all of this is in service of all of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Wendy Wang, followed by Siba Andrea.
Good evening, Superintendent, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Dawn Quilly-Davy. I'm in my 26th year here at Transportation. I've spoken in these meetings before. The definition of negotiation is a discussion aimed at reaching an agreement. My hope is that we can do that. I would like a better future for my brothers and sisters that are coming up in this industry. We work in this community that this board, staff, and administrators claims to be fair and equitable to all. We deserve better treatment, better pay, and better support from our leaders. I could run down a list of all the licenses and certifications that I must carry and all the entities that we must abide. There are too many. I've only got 1 minute now. I love this job. I have served this community's children, staff, teachers, and students, as well as my fellow brothers and sisters for almost 3 decades now, and I'm very proud to do so. I believe it takes a special person to do what we do. We are not hauling cattle. We are literally transporting this community's future daily. Over the years, myself, along with a handful of my coworkers, images have been used by the district in ad campaigns, posters, plastered in every school for recruitment, training videos, and online videos for Bus Driver Appreciation Day on the district website. And most recently, a broadcast television recruitment commercial to come join our team.
Your
Am I
time is
done?
up. Yes.
Okay. Well, our value cannot be diminished by this district's inability to see our work.
What is your?
I didn't hear her name. She don't look like a Wendy Wang. Oh, she's baby.
Wendy Wang, did you come up? Okay.
Hi, my name is Wendy Wang. I'm a 17-year teacher at Oak Grove Unified, and I'm here on behalf of our AVID-SCOE leaders, and I will begin. AVID has changed the lives of countless students at Rudder and Florin High School, and has helped students access a future they may not otherwise have the opportunity to. With the support of our district AVID-SCOE leaders, Rudder opened the first and only AVID Excel class in this district and region, which has helped countless students get redesignated and push them towards the dreams of going to college and reaching higher education may not have otherwise had a chance to attain. Many EL students get tracked into EL support classes, and higher education often feels out of reach. Countless students from our region have become the first generation college students, and a staggering 80 to 92% of Florin High AVID students have gone into 4-year colleges. The impact of AVIDs is measurable for students who deal with high poverty and challenges beyond their control. In the words of one of my former students, I'm running out of time to say, her father had cancer last year. She survived and went by because of AVID. Because of AVID, she was able to get through the school year and face what she could. She became the speaker at James Rudder Middle School. She's now transferred schools and high school to a school that has AVID simply because she thrived so well in AVID.
Your time's up. Thank you. Okay, just for clarification, the lady earlier cut, our speaker just got done, so I just want to make sure that we didn't skip anybody. Siba? Okay, so she did cut. So come on up. Followed by Tisa. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Siba. I'm an Elk Grove resident, mom, and teacher of 17 years. I even taught some of your own kids. It's been an honor and a pleasure to teach in this district. I'm here in support of AVID. 4 years ago, I was invited to teach and coordinate AVID at Laguna Creek High School, and it's been an amazing, eye-opening experience. I think the specifically structured curriculum of AVID supports our program and our students in such a way that helps them excel in their other classes, college and career and beyond. It's been amazing to witness and see, and it's really not about those 270 students at Laguna. It's about those AVID trained teachers, not just those 5 elective teachers, but those advocacy teachers and the dozens of other teachers who then help use AVID strategies throughout the entire campus. And I really just want to advocate on behalf of the budgets to come, 2026-27, and the AVID coaches. Without the AVID coaches, I would have floundered as a coordinator. I would have no clue what to do. They walked me through the steps. I appreciate everything they did, so just thank you for everything you could do to support our AVID programs in our district. And shout out to the bus drivers, because we can't get to our AVID field trips without you guys, so thank you.
Thank you. Next, Tisa Roganori, followed by Ovelia Club.
Good evening, board members. Hi, my name is Tessa, and I'm a 5th grade student at Arlene Hine Elementary. My AVID journey began last year in 4th grade, and my teacher was so enthusiastic about it. At first, I just thought the cheers were fun, things like truck driver, roller coaster, and Oreo. They got everyone excited and energized. But AVID is about so much more than just fun. I used to be very disorganized. If you ask my teachers, my friends, or my family, they would all tell you the same thing. But AVID gave me tools to get organized, which helped me feel more in control. It also helped me feel more confident when speaking, which is a big deal for me. You can probably see that in my speech today. Avid has helped my grades too. My grades in reading, math, writing, and history have all gone up. But it's not just about grades. Avid has also helped me make friends and communicate better with others. In our Avid class, we get to share our ideas and hear from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Olivia Clubb, followed by Meg Mudden.
Good evening, board. Hello.
Just wait to the mic, sweetie. Yeah, make the mic go down a little bit. Thank you. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Olivia Clubb, and I am a student at Arlene Hine Elementary. I'm only in 5th grade, but I have a big opinion about something that has made a huge difference in my life. Avid. 3 years ago, I didn't think about college or how to be organized, but I have an Avid backpack and an organized desk. Avid has helped me get my grades up and gave me new ways to study and to take tests. I was even more prepared for my state test, and my grades went way up. One of my favorite strategies for tests are one-pagers. This helped me with some of the hardest tests. The one-pager is something where you take notes on paper and you get to utilize that for tests. Before Avid, I wasn't always wanting to go to school, but now I'm excited to wake up and go. Avid got me in the right mindset. Avid has helped so many kids from elementary school down to high school, or from high school. It has helped me go from having bad grades to getting a new way to learn and study. And
Thank you. Next, Meg Madden, followed by Don Ellett Cooley.
Meg Madden, cause Californians United for Sex-Based Evidence in Policy and Law. Under Title IX, the only way to permit boys to take the place of girls on the girls' team and compete against girls is to redefine sex to mean gender identity. This erases sex as a protected class, which is the most profound discrimination possible. And that is the goal of gender ideologues. It is the project of queer theory. To erase in law the material reality that sex is real, sex matters, sex is binary, and it is immutable. Those arguing against putting this resolution on the agenda know this, and they know there is no rational supporting argument for allowing males in female sports, causing this profound discrimination against women and girls. I hope the board puts the resolution on the agenda because I would love to see those opposed try to justify this discrimination against the female students of the Elk Grove Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Don Ellett Cooley, followed by Rick Atkinson. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Great. All right, then up next is Rick Atkinson, followed by Diasong Zhang.
My name is Rick Atkinson. I just want to remind the board so they can be encouraged to put this resolution on the agenda of the executive orders that prevent transgender girls and women from participating in female sports. That means men and boys participating in female sports. This executive order 14201, titled Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports, it was signed by the President, Donald J. Trump, on February 5th, 2025. And this defines sex. The order relies on a previous executive order, 14168, that defines sex as an individual's immutable biological classification, solidifying the administration's stance that women's sports are reserved for those assigned female at birth. So you have to be a girl or a woman to participate in girl or women's sports. This is ridiculous that we have to say this. And also remind you that it threatens to withhold funding, federal funding, from educational programs and institutions, including athletic associations, that do not comply with this policy.
Thank you, sir. Up next, Dixing Zhang. Daixin. Okay, come on up, miss. Feel free to tell us your name.
Yeah, it's Daixin Xing.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Daixin Xing. As a concerned parent, I want to thank the board for considering the resolution to uphold Title IX protections and ensure the safety and fairness of girls' sports in our schools. In recent years, there have been troubling incidents that show clearly what can go wrong when girls are forced to compete directly with boys whose strength, speed, size, or power put them at risk. In 2022, in North Carolina, a 14-year-old girl was struck in the face by a spike from a transgender athlete during a volleyball match. The force of that injury was catastrophic. She suffered a brain bleed, partial paralysis on the right side, ongoing vision impairment, and still lived with consistent symptoms 2 years after. And this and others are not just hypotheticals. These are young women whose health, safety, and opportunity to participate have been harmed. Title IX was passed to protect female athletes, to give them equal opportunities. So I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you. Next, Kathy Houston, followed by Gray Birch. Kathy Houston.
Hi, good evening, board members. My name is Katie Houston. I'm a licensed mental health therapist and a board-certified behavior analyst. I work as a mental health clinician for a local county office of education. I'm here to address agenda item 12, a proposal for a resolution on girls' sports. That title hides what this really is, a resolution to push transgender children out of sports and into harm. As a clinician, I see how depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation rise when students are cut off from belonging. The antidote is building resilience through one trusted adult who believes in them, a coach who stands by them, a team who welcomes them. These are protective factors that save lives for all students. I urge you to not move this resolution forward. Instead, let us invest in what we know works: supportive coaches, inclusive teams, and school communities that affirm every student.
Thank you. Next, Gray Burt, followed by Mindy Fu.
Thank you, trustees. My name is Greg Burt. I'm a resident here in Elk Grove. I have 3 kids. I'm also a vice president of the California Family Council. It's a Christian organization committed to advancing God's design for life, family, and liberty, and we are proud to support this resolution. Just last March, Governor Gavin Newsom admitted to the late Charlie Kirk that it was deeply unfair to allow biological males who identify as females to compete against girls. Now, why did he say that? It goes back to why we separate the sexes in sports in the first place. Male bodies carry an undeniable biological advantage with that no amount of training or effort on the part of girls can overcome. That's why girls' sports exist, to give girls equal opportunities. The public is on, 2/3 of the public actually believes in the same thing, and we bear no ill will towards the body, but this is about truth. We urge you to support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your time's up. Next, Mindy Fu, followed by Kurzing.
Good evening. I'm a parent in this school district. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for Title IX, which was created to make sure girls have the same opportunity as boys in school, especially in sports. Title IX is about fairness, safety, and equal opportunities. We all know biological differences between boys and girls are real. They are matters in sports. On average, boys are stronger and faster, even with hormone treatment. That is why we always had separate teams to make sure competition is fair and to reduce the risk in all injury. Letting biological boys taking sports in girls' team or win girls' championship is not inclusive. It is unfair. It hurts our daughters and every girl who work hard to follow these rules.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Your time's up. Okay, up next is Annie Kuzi. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly.
Okay, no one does.
Followed by Dr. Trishan Bazzini.
Good evening. My name is Annette Kunze. I'm actually a school board member in a neighboring community just down the road. I'm also a CSBA delegate, but I'm actually here today in my individual capacity. I wanted to support the Title IX resolution and also thank Board Member Moore for having the courage to bring the topic forward. So just this morning on a local radio show that's nationally syndicated, the host praised this board for doing the right thing. I think they had already assumed you were going to be voting yes for this resolution. So I'm hoping that you will join 15 other districts and also vote for the resolution. So in a recent Ninth Circuit case, it was stated, requiring students to share restrooms and changing facilities with members of the opposite biological sex undermines privacy and safety objectives. And I did hear you say recently that you're very much a fan of safety and that's very paramount to you. So I'm glad to hear that. And also a recent brief with the United States Court said schools that adopt these mandates are exposed to liability. So thank you. I urge you to vote yes, and thank you very much.
Sorry, ma'am, your time's up. Thank you. Okay, calling Dr. Trishan Bazzini, followed by Cromini Pascal.
Good evening, Board. My name is Dr. Tristan Buzzini. I am a licensed clinical psychologist. I also serve as a commissioner to our Elk Grove Diversity and Inclusion Commission. I am here today to address Agenda Item 12. Let us be clear, the proposed resolution is overt discrimination against transgender and gender diverse children. Denying any child access to athletics harms physical health, deteriorates mental health, and strips away critical opportunities for teamwork, friendships, and a sense of belonging. This resolution does not align with Elk Grove's community pledge that our city is no place for hate, or Sacramento's sanctuary city commitment, or California's law protecting students' rights to participate in activities consistent with their gender identity. The mission of EGUSD is to prepare every student for college, career, and life readiness. That mission, the mission you have been elected to lead, cannot be fulfilled excluding or marginalizing any child. Transgender students' lives matter just as much as any other child's. I urge you to reject this resolution and affirm Elk Grove Unified School District as a district where every student is safe, supported, and celebrated. Do not stand for hate.
Thank you, sir. Your time's up. Up next, Corbett Pascal, followed by Sue Spellman.
Good evening. I'm curious if anyone who is supporting this resolution actually knows personally a trans person. I do not believe that they do, or we would not be engaging in this very hateful, factually inaccurate pantomime that we care about girls' safety in sports. I'm calling it a pantomime because of the 6 million students in California, 10 are estimated to be transgender athletes, 10. And we are adults with power and influence bullying children by not allowing them to do normal things like go to a bathroom and play on the sports teams they want to play on. Also, if you were really concerned about safety, perhaps we could do something to address the fact that California is the only state that doesn't regulate athletic trainers, and over 51% of our schools do not have them, which has shown to greatly reduce injury. If we actually cared about their safety, we might use our resources and money to address the fact that 49% of sexual assault survivors are under the age of 18. Or perhaps we could address the socioeconomic status and racial inequalities in sports, the two factors of which are the two major determinants of health disparities in the top 10 leading causes of death in the US. I don't see any of us doing anything about that. Also, P.S., we're also trans men, as you were.
Thank you. Followed up by Sue Spellman, followed by Daniel Russell.
Good evening, President Vargas and board members and Superintendent Hoffman. I encourage you to vote yes on the resolution to have only girls participate in girls' sports put on the future board meeting agenda. Our girls deserve to have equal opportunities and not to have to compete against biological boys who have inherent biological advantages over the girls. God created people in his own image. He created male and female. And if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, please be respectful. Daniel Russell, followed by Eva Zhu.
President Vargas and Vice President Yang, may I defer till the end of the meeting so that I might share just an extra minute if I wait till item 12 comes up?
I think that's fine.
Okay, I'll wait till the end.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Sure. Okay, up next, Eva Zhu,
Eva Zhao.
followed by Rachel.
Which one?
The small one,
skinny
the small mic,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Eva Zhao. I'm here today as a parent to support the resolution to protect girls' sports. I have two lovely daughters. They're both in a volleyball club. Back in May this year, my older daughter's volleyball team were faced a very unexpected situation. They were matched up against a team made up entirely of boys in the tournament. When the match began, it was immediately clear how different the game would be. The boys were hitting the balls with incredible force, spiking it so hard that the girls had a hard time even keeping their arms steady to block or return the shots. Boys and girls are built differently. This isn't just an opinion, it is biology. Boys typically have greater muscle mass, higher bone density, and stronger upper body strength. This gives them a clear and undeniable advantage in many sports, especially in one like volleyball.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time's up. Next, Rachel Kasuri, followed by Lindre Wills. Yes. Followed by Lindre Wills.
Good evening. I'm here to support the resolution to support Title IX. I'm also here to ask the board to acknowledge biological sex. It's important that we are honest to our children. I would say to lie to a child is not to love a child. The gender ideology that is taught in Elk Grove Unified School District is very disturbing to me. And I just thought I would mention, since there was a talk about counselors, I wasn't sure that that was going to be addressed today, but as far as my knowledge, if you go to a counselor at Elk Grove Unified School District and you have entered any gender confusion, they will affirm you, they will change your name, they will change your pronouns, and they will hide that from your parents. So this is a big deal, and we need to nip it in the bud and support women, support our children, and support truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Lindra Wills, followed by Craig Dulu.
Good evening. My name is Leandra. I played competitive volleyball for 12 years and now a girls volleyball coach. Title IX was created to give girls equal opportunities. Allowing male athletes to compete in girls divisions undermine that promise, and it's not fair. I've spoken with other coaches in this district, and many feel the same way I do, but they're afraid to speak up, worried about losing their jobs. That shouldn't happen. Coaches should be able to protect their players without fear. The average height of a girl is my height, 5'2". Males are taller, stronger, and jump about 25% higher. Males serve 30% more powerful than women's. That's why men's and women's leagues have different net heights, for good reason. Girls work hard for every point and deserve the same chance to succeed. Allowing boys on girls' teams takes that away. If we fail to uphold the truth that biological differences matter for fairness and safety, the day will come when not a single girl can earn a spot on her own team. I will not stay silent and watch that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Craig DeLue, followed by Damon Collins.
Hello, Board President, Superintendent, members of the community, board members. My name is Craig DeLuz. I'm a member of the Robla Elementary School District Board of Trustees. Normally, I am loath to go to another board and present to them or talk to them about an issue, and I would never come before you and tell you how you should vote on an issue. Instead, I'd like to offer a little bit of experience, a little bit of advice from my more than 20 years of experience on the board. I know that this is a very divisive issue, and you're going to get caught up you could potentially get caught up in the idea of the emotions of it. But the fact is that you've had a number of people come before you, present both biological facts, present legal facts, present facts of rights and opportunity and how important it is to protect our young girls, not just for opportunities to be able to fairly compete, but also physically. To protect your schools when it comes to funding, whether it's from the executive order that was recently signed or whether it's from recent decisions that impact the definition of Title IX. I think that you would find, if you would take up this resolution, you could find support from even the people who support the resolution.
Your time is up.
Well, if I could just say one last thing, you would find support from them to allow
Your
all
time's
students
up.
to participate
Sorry.
in sports. But
Okay, next, Damon Collins, followed by Nate Lee.
Good evening, board and Mr. Hoffman. My name is Damon Collins. I've been a bus driver for 9 years, almost 10. Just want to say that it's a pleasure working for the district. I love working for the families, for the students, and it's just a fun job to be at. The only thing that we are missing, like my fellow employees said, is the pay and the benefits. They did go up a little bit, but we do need more, a little bit. We're struggling. Every time you look around, you see that the garbage men and other school districts, they're higher than us, and we're low. We have a big district. You know, we service a lot of areas, from Galt to Rancho Marietta to Rancho Cordova, all that. So we're just asking that you just help us out a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, Nate Lee. Nate Lee? Nate Lee? Yeah. Come on up. Last car.
Guys, I've waited all day for this. You guys ready for it?
The other mic, sir. The other mic.
Oh,
The other mic.
Is this the mic?
No, the one on the right,
Oh,
the small
this
one.
one. Okay, I would like to face my audience. I'm here with you for the community of Elk Grove. I hear signs of equity, fair pay, and I'm with you guys. And I'm going to make this really short. I have access to billionaires. If it takes voting you guys out to do what's righteous for girls' sport, that's what I'm going to do. Mark my words on it. I'm a messenger of God, and your jobs might be on the line. Vote righteously.
Thank you. President Vargas, that ends our blue card on this item. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your comment.
Thank you very much, folks. We appreciate the feedback from everybody. Oh, is your blue card included in the one from
Your
later?
blue card, what is your name, ma'am? Okay, she has it here. Yeah, okay, go right ahead.
Board members, I need to address something that was said earlier by one of the speakers. We have no idea how many boys are competing in girls' sports in California. I submitted a public records request to CIF. They responded. Their attorney said that they keep no records. They have no data. I know because I've traveled around California, we have boys competing in volleyball, cross country, track and field, all across the state. There were 3 boys at Davis High School competing in girls' sports in 2021 and 2022. These boys took away spots on the girls' varsity team. These boys broke school records in the high jump and pole vault. These boys also were using the girls' locker rooms. You have no idea how many boys are competing in Elk Grove Unified School District because CIF doesn't track it, and you won't hear from the coaches, and the girls are terrified about what's happening to them.
Thank you. All right, Board President, that ends our blue card in this item. Yes, ma'am. You also submitted blue card? Okay, what is your name? I'm sorry, what's your name? No, I don't see it. Oh, yeah, okay, you were first up earlier. Okay, welcome back.
You. That
Go
was
ahead.
kind of hard to follow. Okay, so this is about parent volunteering. I'm a parent volunteer of a senior at Monterey Trail High School and have proudly served as an active volunteer for the past 3 years. Throughout this time, I have been deeply committed to supporting all students and contributing to a positive school environment. Recently, I was disheartened to learn that I am no longer being allowed to volunteer without clear justification or due process. As we all recognize, parent volunteers play a vital role in student success, yet opportunities for involvement remain limited. It is concerning when dedicated parents are excluded, particularly when it appears personal differences may be influencing such decisions. I have always acted as a strong advocate for all students with the sole goal of helping Monterey Trail be the best it can be for its learners. I respectfully ask the board to look into this matter and support the development of a fair and
Ma'am, your
transparent
time's up.
process
Sorry.
managing volunteer participation.
Thank you. Okay, and that ends the blue card.
Okay, one last call. Is there anybody else who wants to speak early?
We got about 4 blue cards. Okay. What is your name, ma'am? Okay, just a second. Did you turn a blue card in? Yeah, just a second. Yeah, I do have your blue card here. Marina, come on up.
So you already said my name. I'm Amelina.
Small mic, please.
Oh, small mic. Okay, there's so many mic in here. Okay, sorry. Okay, good evening. I am Amelina, and I'm here to ask the board to approve action item 12. I think this issue has not been resolved. In fact, there are numerous concerns that are being ignored under the disguise of inclusion. It is critical that you bring this topic of girls' sports to public awareness and listen carefully to the safety, privacy, and fairness concerns girls and parents may have. I want to trust in your good judgment, as I hope this item will be approved as a future agenda item for discussion and resolution. The key question to ask here is this about feelings or fairness? There are many things I can say about this issue growing up with 4 brothers myself and also having 4 girls, but I'll just save that input for now. Let's not be afraid to do the right thing. It's important to have empathy for people who are struggling with gender dysphoria. However, let's make decisions rationally based on objective reality.
Sorry, your time's up.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Submit a blue card for item 12.
All right.
Turning over to you, Board President.
All right, thank you, everyone. We appreciate the feedback, as always. Next up is our consent agenda. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on the consent agenda?
President Vargas, there's no blue card on that.
Thank you very much. Then I will entertain a motion. Before I do that, would any board members like to pull an item from the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve items 1 through 29 on the consent agenda.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Yang.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Ballerini. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Bargaining units. Would any bargaining units wish to address the board at this time? I see somebody. All right, I got AFSCME.
Hello, school board. Thank you for the time. It may look like I just came from Hawaii. However, I want to caution us that the future of the employment for our Elk Grove Unified School District employees will be no vacation, okay? And I did not wear this shirt for that intent. It just happened to be what I was wearing. But I understand the motion to approve the medical increases. However, I am disappointed. A 5% medical increase to WHA, 16% medical increase to Kaiser, and an astounding 24% medical increase to Sutter is insurmountable for many of the employees of the school district. I represent AFSCME, but I know ATU is here in force. We got CSEA here as well. We have people who are paid $16.84 an hour. We have people who will not be able to recover from these. Their paychecks will literally be going backwards. Now, I understand that Elk Grove Unified School District only has so much control of those things, but we have to find something that is better. When costs of everything are increasing across the board, our purchasing power is low right now. Our people are struggling, and we all know this. I don't know why we continue to put it in a closet and hide it, but this is a problem right now. Our raises are not going to keep up with the inflation. They're not keeping up with the medical increases that we're seeing. 24%, doesn't that seem astronomical to anybody else other than me? I mean, am I just speaking into an echo chamber here? But that is a problem. We have raised it. ATU has raised it. My brothers and sisters right here are here in force. I am inspired by these people. I see them last board meeting. I wish I could have been here to speak then. But this is a problem, and I know it's not just Elk Grove Unified School District. Trust me, I'm full aware of that. But this is a problem, and it's up to us as leaders. I am a leader here. These are all leaders here to speak up on their behalf. And I hope, and I know all of you, and I trust that you guys will not become desensitized to the things that people are saying, because these are real world issues that everybody's facing. But our negotiations over the last few years, when we're getting 2% increases, does not keep up even with the medical. It's a problem, and I know it's a complex problem. I'm not saying it's an easy one to solve, but we have to dig into this. We have to lean into the work that needs to be done to find a better solution to what is going on right now. In what world is a 24% increase to your medical coverage okay? In what world do I have to make a choice, per what we're being told, to go to WHA when I've been with Sutter my whole life? Or Kaiser, for example. We understand that it's not just an Elk Grove Unified School District problem. Trust me, I get that. But we are all in charge of what we do here. That is our charge. That is why everybody is up there. That is why I am here. Because I am here to represent my people. And I'm also here to speak on behalf of everybody else that is in labor. This is a labor issue right now, and it is a problem. And we need to start looking at some real solutions. I don't know what that is, but I am down to roll up my sleeves and get into the dirty work with you. But someone has to start doing it, because it's gone on too long. 2 years of double-digit increases in the past 2 years, and now we're looking at this. It's a problem. We have to find a way to solve it. On another note, I appreciate all the parents, all the counselors, everybody that's come out to speak on behalf of certain positions that we know are up for decisions per ESSER funds and things like that. I think it's very telling and apparent that not only are we talking about safety and took a resolution today about that, but our campus supervisors at elementary schools are on the chopping block, potentially. We hope not, but we understand how they're funded. We've known that all along, but in our prospective surveys, at least since I've been here, which I've been representing for about 8 years here, safety has been one of the top 5, if not the top 3 priorities on every single one of those prospective surveys. Every single one, without fail. Now, I would love to see this next prospective survey come out. I'm really excited to see it because hopefully, with the addition of these campus supervisors, we'll see maybe that's taken a step down. But do not be fooled by that if that is the case, because that is a result of something that this board has taken action on and implemented that has helped. So let's keep that in mind when we look at this prospective survey and don't discredit the fact that that took action, if it does move down, to get it to move down a little bit. It is still a major priority as a parent of a student, as all the parents here. We know that safety has been a high priority, and look at what's going on around the country. We need to consider these things, and I know you are. Trust me, I know you guys are. It's not easy decisions for you. You are pulled in many different directions, many different priorities. We understand that. But from the labor side, these are a few of our priorities that we would love to have further discussions on. I know we're limited in how we can do that, but we would love to have further discussions on these. Like I said, everybody here knows me. Every single person here knows who I am. And I am down to not just speak from a pulpit, but to dig in, roll my sleeves up, and get the work done to figure out what we can do to find better medical, better pay for our employees. We need them. Without them, we would cease to exist. So I appreciate your time. Again, I'm not trying to come across in any way other than with quite a bit of urgency, really is what it is. Because before we know it, next year's medical increases are coming, and we need to start doing the work now. And AFSCME is down to do the work. I know CSEA, ATU, PSWA, EGEA, every single labor group here is down to do the work. So let's get together, let's figure out what we can do, and let's really put the time in and get something done, because our people are going backwards in their paychecks. So thank you very much, appreciate it.
Good evening, President Vargas. You good. Superintendent Hoffman, ladies and gentlemen of the board, ATU, AFSCME, all my brothers and sisters. I wanted to once again thank Kevin. You gave him that award tonight, and he was in service. He was a scheduler. He was a bus driver, and then he was a scheduler. And we stood up here and we gave shots out and claps, and it's amazing that we're doing amazing things and we have amazing people in this school district. We really do. With that being said, I didn't realize that we had your agenda item where you have so many people who are in speaking on this. Bus drivers have a very unique position. We see those children who are transitioning. We take those children to the ball games. Bus drivers talk to maybe that girl who might be transitioning, or that boy, what have you. So we have a unique, very unique role. I'm not here to speak on that, but I want you to know how instrumental these people are, that we even touch on that. With that being said, I think we need to be sensitive to everyone. We as role models, adults in positions of authority, these kids, whatever side you on, they're looking for us as role models. And so I think we still need to be sensitive to that. With that being said, my brother threw out a lot of numbers to you, but the one number that he did say correct is that our medical is going up. As you know, we're in negotiations. We have been working with Elk Grove. We have been working with them. I'm the kind of person that when you do right, you do good, I acknowledge it. Mr. Ken has been coming to the plate. I don't know if it's because we've come here. I assume that we are trying to find a way to meet, because the ends meet at this time doesn't meet. And so with that being said, I don't want you to think that every time you see us coming up, we're coming to bash you. We're coming to bash you. We're not coming to bash you. We're coming to tell you, hey, we've done a lot of work for you. We pick up your kids. We protect them. We get them there to home safely. We have people on the freeways and cars that don't know how to drive in Sacramento sometimes. We do a lot of defensive driving with your precious cargo. I truly, truly, truly believe that when you have precious cargo, you treat the ones who take care of them preciously as well. That's what we're doing. We're not here to bash you. We're just asking you, see us, hear us. We're not trying to stop the wheels from turning. I'm not here to threaten you either. I'm not here to say we're not going to pick up your kids. I'm not here to say that the drivers and the attendants aren't going to still love on your kids. They are, because that's who they are. That's what they do every day. With that being said, we will be back next month to speak with you again until we finish this. And that's where we are. So once again, I want to thank you, and I want you really, you have a hard position in regards to that, in regards to this resolution. Not only am I the ATU President Business Agent of 256, I'm also the Vice President of the ATU Pride Caucus, which is the international ATU International that has 200,000 members, as well as in the United States and Canada. So I speak on two hats. I'm also a minister. I heard somebody in here and speaking there, Integrated Praise Spiritual Center, who's open and loving and affirming. I'm about spirit, not color, not Republican, not Democrat, not nothing. I'm about spirit. We need to get back to that. And remember, these kids, regardless of who they identify, they are looking at us for leadership. They are looking for us. Thank you.
Any other bargaining units? Come on up.
Good evening, Board President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, colleagues, and community members. My name is Crystal Jones, and I'm the current president of the Psychologists and Social Workers Association, PSWA, otherwise known as PSWA. PSWA represents the PPS credentialed school psychologists and school social workers. I'm speaking tonight for two reasons. First, I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to the district for working together with PSWA to come to an agreed upon tentative agreement. Both parties displayed creativity and flexibility to meet the interests on both sides. The TA is on the agenda tonight, and I would like to thank you in advance for your consideration and pending approval. The second reason I'm speaking tonight is to advocate for the 14 social work positions that are on the budget priority list. Elk Grove Unified School District made a wise decision bringing school social workers on board several years ago. School social workers are master level professionals who earn a PPS credential to work specifically in the school systems. It is common practice that most schools in the United States typically employ PPS credentialed school psychologists, PPS credentialed school counselors, and PPS credentialed school psychologists and social workers. I applaud EGUSD for deciding to add school social workers to our team of PPS credentialed staff members. School social workers were initially hired in 2019 as part of the Learning Recovery Block Grant. The district saw the value of the school social workers and continued to fund their positions with ESSER funds. Unfortunately, the ESSER funds are set to expire in 2026. Currently, 14 of our 21 social workers are working in our secondary schools at the middle and high school levels, providing essential direct services to our students and families. I have seen firsthand as a middle school psychologist how valuable the school social workers are to the framework of our schools. In the few years that I have worked with my school social worker, she has coordinated our MTSS Tier 2 process, and this year our school is aiming for the highest PBIS Platinum status this year. She's led counseling groups ranging from friendship, social skills, and grief groups. She's done crisis risk assessments and participated in re-entry meetings for students just discharged from psychiatric facilities. She's provided individual counseling to our highest needs students. We even obtained a grant to distinguish our school as a grief-sensitive school and show a suicide prevention documentary screening. She facilitated Mental Health Week on campus, and she's an available resource to students, staff, and families 2 days a week. In case you are not aware, school psychologists are one of the few staff that bill Medi-Cal for direct services to students to generate money for the district. We've been doing this process for years, and just as an example, we've generated over $1.4 million as a collective group for the school district this year alone. We recognize that the district is in difficult financial position right now, which is why our school social workers recently agreed to participate in the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, which will allow them to bill Medi-Cal and private insurance for their services. In a few short months, school social workers will be able to generate thousands of dollars in revenue for the district. Of more than 200 vital school personnel whose funding sources are at risk, school social workers hold a uniquely critical position. Unlike many other professionals in the education system, their specialized training and credentialing mean that they cannot easily be reassigned to classroom teaching, guidance counseling, or other district roles. Their expertise is tailored specifically to the complex social, emotional, and behavioral needs of students, particularly in the middle and high school level. If we eliminate school social workers, we are simply not cutting a position, we're removing an essential support system for our students and families. Eliminating these positions could create a ripple effect across the district, leading to increased disciplinary issues, decreased attendance, and unmet mental health needs, all of which impact academic performance and school climate. The district and the school board have a heavy decision and responsibility to decide how to allocate funds for our 200+ positions on the budget priority list. I know this is not an easy decision, and no one's taking it lightly. As we navigate this hard work together, I ask that the board consider the implications of letting these 14 PPS credentialed school social workers go. The MTSS PBIS programs that are integral to the district would fall apart at the secondary level. There is no soft landing or other position for them to fall back on, and we would miss out on the revenue that they could bring into the district for billing for direct services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other bargaining units? I am not seeing any hands. All right. On that note, it has been 2 hours, so let's take a 10-minute comfort break, and we'll be back at 8:10. All right, board members, let's take our seats so we can get started again. All right, let's bring it back. I'd like to call this meeting back to order at 8:11 p.m. And next up, we are getting into our reports. First up is Student Board Member Initial Report. Miss Avey.
Board President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. The Elk Grove Board of Education places a high priority on engaging students and leveraging student voice and input, feedback, and decision-making opportunities. The seating of the student board member, Zizong, during the 2025-26 school year has been in direct alignment with this priority. Part of Mr. Zhang's responsibilities as a student board member is to represent the students in the Elk Grove Unified School District. Tonight, the board is asked to receive an initial report from student board member Zhang to learn about his goals for the 2025-26 school year and how he plans to provide student voice at the board level. And here you go.
Good morning, members of the board and members of the community. Tonight, I will be presenting my initial report for my student board member term for Elk Grove Unified School District. For the purpose of this presentation is to address my goals, my collaborations, my initiatives, and how to get in contact with me and social media for the student board member. The goals for my term this year are civic engagement, mental health and awareness, mental health and wellness, equity, inclusion, leadership, strengthen communication, collaborative partnerships. Another goal of mine is to amplify student voice and to promote student success. In addition to that, this has been a goal for all of our student board members in the past as well, and is to promote the student board member position. In addition, I want to collaborate with schools on a wide range of grade levels as I represent not only high school students, but students from K through 12. An example of this is through my lovely student voice committee with representatives from each of our high schools, school site councils, and ASBs at the secondary level. Some collaborations that the collaborations that I'll be doing during my term is with the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee, the SBC, also known as our Student Voice Committee, as I mentioned earlier, FACE, our Family and Community Engagement, Student Equity Council, Psychological Services, Associated Student Bodies, better known as ASBs, work with our Educational Equity Program Specialists, work with College and Career Connections Program Specialists. Moving on into my initiatives for this term, I would like to introduce my Healthy Minds, Strong Futures campaign, which the purpose of this campaign is to promote awareness of mental health resources, reduce stigma, and prepare students for success in school and beyond. And in order to achieve that, I would like to partner with our psychological services and student support. The second major goal of mine is to introduce a student wellness charter where we have an open assembly with a amendment convening, followed by board approval and launch. In addition to that, ongoing engagement to support the charter. There are some findings from school visits and student interviews. Strengthen and direct engagement with students to give them voice, acknowledge and highlight students' expressed needs, and develop a framework for activities. Collaboration with the SVC representatives from each high school site, gathering data, feedback, concerns, and ideas across all high schools. Formalize meetings to discuss findings and subsequent actions. Our student success framework is to increase awareness of district mental health facilities and options by enhancing access to counselors, wellness programs, and proactive resources across all schools. To integrate student input into program design to ensure initiatives address real challenges and support overall well-being and achievement. And visitations throughout EGUSD and workshops on mental health, student readiness, leadership, and resources. To conclude my presentation, this is how you are able to contact me. My district email is zzong@egusd.net. My social media for student board member is @EGUSD-SBM on Instagram. And on the Instagram, I will be posting summaries of of board meetings and policies, student, family, and community resources, scholarship information, my Healthy Minds, Strong Futures media campaign, and my student wellness charter, and just general opportunities, events, and updates. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
President Vargas, there's no blue card on this item.
Excellent. And Mr. Zhang, welcome back. Board members may have questions and comments. So, board members, we now welcome questions or comments on the presentation. I'll start down that side with Ms. Baldwin, if you have any.
Yeah, I was just curious how we could be helpful to you.
For one, I know that all of our board members represent an area or rather district where you guys are able to get into more insight onto not only just students, but members of the community, such as parents as well, and as teachers, because you guys have a greater overview and more nitty-gritty on each district's functions, I guess.
Questions? Ms. Moore?
I would like to thank you for the presentation. I did just have one question. You mentioned that there's representatives at each high school. How do they gather feedback from their students?
For our for the Student Voice Committee, we are still currently workshopping ways to get in touch with their high schools, because as representatives, the Student Voice Committee is put together by candidates for the current student board member position. So they were already chosen through a popular vote at their respective high school sites. So I believe that they will have a lot of insight onto their school, but more on the ways that they gather insights throughout their schools. Current ways that we are currently implementing are student surveys, but also each of our student representatives for our SVC will be working with their ASBs and their school site councils.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious about that because, you know, we're a very large district, 63,000 students, and so I was just curious how we're gathering feedback, especially at our secondary schools. So I would love to see continued improvements with that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Ballerini.
I just want to thank you for being here. Every time you're here, you have a nice smile on your face, and you always have good things to say, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Yang.
Yeah, I also want to say thank you for the presentation and thank you for your service. I am curious. All of these goals are great goals, and the school visit and student interviews. I just wanted to know the engagement as far as the number of it. Can you tell if the engagement and the involvement represent, I would say, a good amount of the students that represent this school district? As you know, we have a huge school district, and I'm just curious if that represents, sizable for our school district.
To answer that question, for as far as I know, our school site councils are put together with diverse individuals from not only just students of different backgrounds, but also our last student board member, Celine. One of her initiatives was to start a school student advisory committee at each school, and at each school that process varies differently, but there will be students from each class period or certain time in the day where they're pulled through for during class to discuss issues at their school, and that's a time for them to address their concerns from a student point of view, and not just from a supervisor point of view, but from a student point of view. And to add on to that, as I was saying earlier, for our school site councils, our school site councils are losing the word for this, but they're consisted of parents, students, and also teachers, where the teachers are selected, I believe, by random to serve on the committee, to serve on the council, and the students are again chosen through a popular vote, where I believe a popular vote is an equal way to gather opinions because you won by a majority, so you represent a majority of students. But I also do understand the concern of how do we represent all students of Elk Grove Unified, not just one community that might be very outgoing, but also the communities that are often underrepresented.
Yeah, and I think that it's in your interest and tactic how to really get the folks really engaging, because I think that engagement and that the feedback that you could get from the more of the students, the better it is. And I'm also curious, because your position is very, I think, very, I wouldn't say powerful, but it's very impactful, right? So do you have any like I just want you to share with me and us here, with you being here half of a year, do you feel like our students has come together to really kind of give feedback to one another and have like I guess some tangible goals to really attack and going forward, because of all the stuff that we dealing with, safety and whatnot. There's some other stuff out there, but I'm not gonna list it because there's a lot of them. But I'm just curious if you guys really sit down and have that face-to-face talk.
For Our student voice committee, we've had monthly meetings every month since June, and we are still in the process of gathering tangible dates for everyone to meet together, because everyone on the student voice committee is very busy with other obligations that they do have as students themselves. But we are definitely working towards a way to create goals that are tangible and will move closer to what I'm trying to promote.
All right, well, thank you again for participating, and we value your work a lot, so thank you for your service.
Thank you. Ms. Davis.
Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering if you could expand on the Student Wellness Charter just a little so I could understand what that is.
For the Student Wellness Charter, for me, when I went into planning the Student Wellness Charter, what I had in mind was a way to hold our district accountable for achieving the goals and keeping the progress that we will make during my term, sort of similar to how Celine has created the Student Bill of Rights, and that has kept it's written into our district to keep those Student Bill of Rights. And I believe that mental health is just as valuable as the Student Bill of Rights, and I believe that mental health dramatically affects your performance at school as a student, and how your community, how it goes from individual into how those individuals make up a community, and how that community can be affected because of mental health.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing the work.
Thank you very much. And I also want to thank you for the presentation, and I am also really looking forward to hearing more about the Student Wellness Charter as we continue in the year. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, you're all done. All right, next up is a one-time funds update. Ms. Watkins.
Trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, colleagues and community. Get this deck open for you. Tonight I'm here to provide an update on our one-time funding sources. Get it to, there we go. So decisions regarding budget priorities should be grounded in a foundation that balances sustainability as well as student success. We have agreed as a board and a district to these 5 principles in this order. 1, remaining fiscally solvent, maintaining and evaluating what we've built over the past few years, being competitive in attracting and retaining the best and brightest employees who reflect and identify with our students, building upon existing programs and services, and considering adding new programs and services. Over the last 5 years, we've received significant state funding in support of students and staff. Our objectives this evening include reviewing these funding sources, providing an initial projection of where we expect to end 25-26 in these funding sources, and talking about allowable uses and funding expiration. The slide has a lot of information, and don't fear, I will go into more detail on further slides, but I have a few call-outs here. This slide summarizes the district, and this is not inclusive of our charter allocations, but the district's original funding allocations for these 4 funding sources, the starting balance for the current fiscal year as was reported in the unaudited actuals that I presented at the last board meeting, and our estimated available balances at the end of the current fiscal year, so by June 30th of 2026. So on the first column with educator effectiveness funds, this is our last year of educator effectiveness funds. We've had a board-approved plan to support professional development. In June, it was last June of 25, we had a balance of $6 million. Our current balance is approximately $4 million. And to maximize our use of the remaining available funds, we plan to bring a plan amendment for board approval at a future board meeting, as we've done in the past with other plans that we've brought forward. In the column for our arts, music, and instructional materials block grant, the board approved to support 2 years of continuance of the previously ESSER-funded non-personnel expenditures, as well as to support our visual and performing arts curriculum and programming outside of our Proposition 28 Arts and Music in Schools ongoing funding. And it will be fully spent at the end of the current fiscal year. Our Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, while we were not required to have original plan adoption, this has been used to continue to fund our previously ESSER-funded positions. Our estimated ending balance considers vacancy savings as well as a new award that we received in the current fiscal year. And the final column calls out our Student Support and Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant. This was new to us in the current fiscal year, and our budget that was approved in June considered the expenditure of about $14 million of those funds already built into our existing budget that the board has approved, and that was expected to be spent over the next 2 fiscal years. To dive a little deeper into the educator effectiveness funds, these were funds that we had for 5 years. This is our final year, and these funds can be used for coaching and mentoring, improving literacy, practices and strategies that re-engage pupils and lead to accelerated learning, as well as practices to create a positive school climate. The original plan was approved back in December 14th, 2021 by the board, if you'd like to refer back to that. And like I said, it expires at the end of this current fiscal year, and we plan to expend it all. We'll receive a revised plan at a future board date, and I've included a link to the California Department Ed website for each of these funding sources for more information. The Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant, this was completely discretionary, and the board took action back on May 28th of 2024 to fund a couple different areas. Of the $36 million, the board committed to $18 million for visual and performing arts, which included $4 million in VAPA curriculum, as well as an additional $18 million on the non-personnel expenditures for 2 years. And these were expenditures previously funded by ESSER funds. It includes about 70% of that $18 million is dedicated towards Chromebooks and technology. We also fund recess support and K-1 level foundational reading skills support. That also expires at the end of the current year. I'll spend a little more time on the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. I've got 2 slides dedicated to this. These funds are being used presently to continue funding our one-time funded positions that previously used the ESSER funds following the expiration of the ESSER funds. The original award was fiscal year 22-23, and learning recovery initiatives that at a minimum support academic learning recovery and staff and pupil social emotional well-being are some of the ways that we can use these funds. Now, important to call out, with the current year's Budget Act, we received some additional funding, and I wanted to explain why for those of you that are new to the conversation or new to the board. Back in 23-24, the State Budget Act took back about $10 million of our original award. This happened for all districts receiving Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. And so the 25-26 Budget Act attempted to restore partial funding. And so we got about a third of that back with the current fiscal year, and that's the $3.4 million award for 25-26. There is intent language in the Budget Act that does not guarantee funding, but there is intent language that should the budget be able to afford it, that over the next 2 fiscal years, we could receive those additional thirds, so comparable to the same $3.4 million over the next 2 years. The original funding did not require plan adoption, but with the new funding and new requirements starting in 25-26, the district must develop a needs assessment regarding the funds for the next 3 years, and it requires that be included in the LCAP, which it is. So the board had approved an LCAP back in June that includes a call out of all of our expenditures of our learning recovery funds. And I apologize for my voice. As you can hear, I'm fighting a cold or fighting something. So please bear with me. So our expenditure deadline, as I've shared, is June 30th of 2028. So we've got a few years to continue to spend. And as you recall from my previous slide, we're expecting to have about $9.5 million at the end of this fiscal year. And we'll continue to monitor that throughout this year. But we do have a few more years to spend the funds. So the last call out is the Student Support and Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant. And so this is the latest in our series of one-time state-funded block grants. The final Budget Act appropriated nearly $18.6 million for the district. As I previously mentioned, we've already included $14 million of that in our adopted budget, and particularly to offset rising costs over the next 2 years and to support our board commitment for retention strategies equivalent to $1,000 one time for every district employee. Those funds are available for expenditure through June 30 of 2029. Some challenges we currently face are evaluating our positions, programs, and services, and prioritizing our ongoing needs with limited available ongoing resources. Solutions include right-sizing our one-time funded positions, balancing the various available funding sources, evaluating existing programs and services, considering leveraging alternative allowable funding sources, such as our ongoing restricted funds, and identifying current one-time funded expenditures that can be supported within existing budgets of ongoing funds. Our next steps include any board discussion this evening. This Thursday, we will be presenting the same presentation to our LCAP collaborative, which consists of district staff and labor partners. On October 7th, during our board workshop, you will receive information on our perspective survey as the next step in this conversation. And following that, we will meet 2 times again with our LCAP collaborative to continue discussions, with our plan to come before you on November 4th with a staff recommendation for use of the remaining funds and board discussion, and currently targeting November 18th for board action. Concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
President Vargas, there's no blue card on this item.
Right, then we will move to board member questions and comments. I'll start on this side. Ms. Davis.
Thank you for the presentation. On page 4 of your budget, with the student support money, the $11.5 million, did I understand that that's what's being used to cover the healthcare costs, the $1,000 we're giving all employees?
Yeah, it's built into the budget to offset rising costs and allow for the commitment in ending fund balance in the general fund to pay for those.
And that full amount is what's being budgeted for that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Yang?
Thanks, Amori, for the presentation. Just a couple questions. We fund our reserve fund yearly, right?
There is available reserve at the end of each year. We call out different areas of the reserve. I'm not sure if we expressly fund it, but we do identify different components of our ending fund balance, and we do have a required 2% reserve of economic uncertainty that we set aside.
So what does that look like this year?
Which component of it? Our ending balance?
Mm-hmm.
Off the top of my head, I want to say it's around 60 million of the total ending fund balance from the what I presented at the last board meeting.
So what is our reserve fund? Is that the total reserve fund that we have currently?
For our unrestricted
Yeah.
general fund.
60 million?
Starting the current fiscal year, yes. I'm probably off some millions, but I want to say it's in like the $65 million range.
Okay. So with the inflation and everything's going out, do you foresee that we be needing to tap on that reserve fund?
We like to think that our budgeting is as good as the information we have in that moment. So we continue to evaluate that, and we will be back at first interim to identify our progress with that. But potentially things could change and demands could change, but as it stands, we've planned to try to maintain that. And we have a very small available unassigned ending fund balance.
Yeah, so just a quick note, Mr. Yang, just to be clear, we are deficit spending in the current year and in the out year, into our reserves. And that's part of what we've done to be able to cover the agreements that we have with our employees. So that it's always the careful balance of how do you take care of the expenses today without creating what some people would say fund balances that are too large. We're not in that boat right now. We're in a spot where we've really committed the funds that we have available, trying to prioritize our employees and also paying really close attention to contracted costs. And that's so you see that information built into all of the agreements that we've done with our employees. So a lot of work around it, but as tight as we've ever been with regards to any fund balance in my tenure.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Jung.
I have no comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ballerini.
Thank you again for this detailed report. I appreciate it. I do have a question. Are there any additional grants that would be new this year that we've applied for that will help with our budget situation?
There are different pots of smaller funding sources that we receive and we report. It's a part of the consent agenda in the grant award notification document. So each board meeting includes those. And there's certain various small pots of dollars, but just a reminder, most of those are one-time funds or limited term. They're not commitments of ongoing dollars.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't some other pot of money out there that we had. All right.
I haven't heard about it yet.
Okay, appreciate it. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Moore.
My questions were already answered. I do want to say I appreciate that you provided the next steps so we can plan and look forward to your calendar and what we can expect. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Baldwin.
Same. Don't have any particular questions. Just want to thank you for the presentation and just acknowledge that this is something that we are taking very seriously, and I hope that the public knows that we are really mindful about what decisions are going to need to be made in order to really prioritize what we can afford to be within our means, while also doing what's best for our students and staff to take care of the needs that we have in our district. So thank you for that. I look forward to engaging in the priorities that are to come.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then the only thing I will add to that is I appreciate the presentation, and I look forward to a deeper discussion on our VAPA spending and what that's all gone to at an appropriate time. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, next up, we have a couple of public hearings that need our attention. First, we have a public hearing and approval of resolution number 25, 2025-26, adopting mitigation measures and finding the construction of the Arbor Ranch Elementary School is exempt from further environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Dr. Coates.
All right. Thank you very much, President Vargas. We are back talking about Arbor Ranch and want to bring back and in short order open a public hearing. The City of Elk Grove has previously conducted an environmental review applicable to the construction of the Arbor Ranch Elementary School. In 2004, the City Council certified the revised Laguna Ridge Specific Environmental Impact Report, the EIR. The full development and build out of the project site is consistent with the use and development standards evaluated by the EIR, and the cumulative impacts associated with the build out of Laguna Ridge specific plan, including the project, were fully addressed in that report. Furthermore, the project is consistent with the general plan policy CIF-4-1 regarding specific school site criteria. CEQA guidelines section 15183 allows a streamlined environmental review process referred to as a 15183 checklist for projects that are consistent with the densities established by existing zoning, community plan, and or general plan policies for which the EIR was certified. The analysis attached, the checklist demonstrates that there are no site-specific or peculiar impacts associated with the projects. Any potentially significant effects on the environment from the project will be mitigated to below significant environmental effects by applicable mitigation measures previously analyzed by the environmental impact report. So we are asking now that the board open a public hearing and approve after that to adopt the CEQA findings.
Perfect. Then I will open the public hearing. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
President Vargas, there's no blue card on this item.
Thank you very much. Then I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion to approve resolution number 25, adopting mitigation measures and finding the construction of Arbor Ranch Elementary School exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Move.
Moved by Mr. Yang.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Ballerini. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank
you very much. Next up, we have a tentative agreement between the Elk Grove Unified School District and the Psychologists and Social Workers Association, PSWA. Mr. Singh.
Good evening, Board President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, colleagues, and community. I'm going to ask the President to first open the public hearing with a request to see if there's anybody who wants to speak to it. And after that, close the public hearing, and then I will provide the rationale for the tentative agreement.
Very well. Then I will open the public hearing. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
President Vargas, there's no blue card on this item.
Thank you very much. Then I will close the public hearing. Mr. Singh, did you have more?
Yes, thank you. The tentative agreement between the Elk Grove Unified School District and the Psychologists and Social Workers Association regarding implementation of the comprehensive package proposal has been ratified by a vote of the PSWA members. In addition, Education Code Section 3540.2 stipulates a fiscal review by the Sacramento County Office of Education of negotiated agreements to determine the impact of the agreement on the district budget. The AB 1200 report, which provides the financial analysis of the tentative agreement, is attached and has been approved by SCOE for your review. As such, we are asking the Elk Grove Unified School Board to approve the attached tentative agreement between EGUSD and PSWA.
Thank you very much. Then I will entertain a motion to approve the tentative agreement between Elk Grove Unified School District and the Psychologists and Social Workers Association.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Yang.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Baldwin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have board member and superintendent reports. Mr. Superintendent, anything?
I do not.
Okay. Any board members? Susan.
Yes, I just want to share that yesterday, as the CSBA delegate, I was given the task of going out to validate one of their Golden Bell tenders. It was Sac City and Unified School District, and it was their safety and security reimagined. It was very, very, very interesting. I think it's going to be a hard choice for CSBA this year.
Any other board member reports? All right, seeing none, we'll move to consideration of future agenda items. All right, so this is our first time doing this, so let's kick this off. Mr. Superintendent, was there anything? Otherwise, I can jump right in.
No, I think we're good.
Okay. All right, so before we get started, I want to kind of go through the process since this is the first time we're all doing this together. So per our bylaws, the board president and superintendent set the agenda prior to each meeting. Our board handbook provides 2 ways for another board member to add an item to the agenda. First, a resolution can be added in one of 3 ways. A mandatory resolution can be added to the agenda automatically. Resolutions promulgated by the California Department of Education or other educational entities can be added, and discretionary resolutions, which go through a subcommittee process that includes input from staff. Second, any agenda item, not just a resolution, can be added to the by first making a request to the board president or the superintendent. If they reject the request, the board member can then request that the full board consider adding the item under the consideration of future agenda items part of the agenda. In short, this last method ensures that a majority of the board always has the power to control the agenda and can, if necessary, override the president and superintendent. So how we got here today: earlier this year, Ms. Moore requested that a resolution be added to the agenda titled Supporting Title IX and Fairness in Girls' Interscholastic Sports, and she provided draft language. The superintendent, after discussing the matter with her, determined that this was a discretionary resolution since there was no similar recognition at the state level. A subcommittee was formed consisting of Ms. Moore, Ms. Baldwin, and myself. The committee met, and Ms. Moore presented her resolution and her reasons for adding it to the agenda. The recommendation from staff was to reject the resolution, and I will let the superintendent explain their reasons in a moment. By a vote of 2 to 1, the committee concurred in the recommendation from staff, but discussed an alternative resolution. At that time, Ms. Moore requested that this matter be brought before the full board under the consideration of future agenda items part of the agenda. Consistent with our handbook, the superintendent and I agreed to do so. Before I give Ms. Moore an opportunity to present her resolution, I want to go over the procedures here, since we're all doing this for the first time. In order to have an orderly discussion, I will operate a little bit closer to Robert's rules. Ms. Moore will present her resolution, the superintendent will provide the staff recommendation, and then I will add any additional reasons I might have had if they are different from the staff recommendation. Then we will open the floor for public comment on the item. After public comment, I will entertain a motion to add the item to a future agenda. If there is no second, we will move on to the next agenda item. If there is a motion and a second, we will move to board discussion. One last piece we need to talk about before we jump in. I know there's a lot. Hold on with me. So we have this thing called the Brown Act. The Brown Act places some limits on board discussion for this item. What we are considering today is whether to add a resolution to the agenda, not the content of the resolution or any school district policy that may or may not be implicated. This is also not an opportunity for board members to discuss their views on Title IX policy writ large or their political views about current debates involving Title IX or girls' sports. Board members must limit their comments to whether a resolution, as described in the agenda, should or should not be added to a future agenda for full consideration, and then we can have those discussions we may want to have at that time. Ms. Moore, recognizing that you need to explain this resolution, I will give you as much leeway as I can in your initial remarks, but please remember this is not a full policy debate. So, any questions on the process before we begin? All right, Ms. Moore, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that in my phone meeting with the superintendent today, he said that I could share the topic and a rationale. So that's what I prepared.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for this opportunity to listen to my topic or my request to have this item as a future resolution. My resolution is titled Supporting Title IX and Fairness in Girls' Interscholastic Sports, and the following is my rationale for introducing this item. I have introduced this resolution to ensure fairness for our female student athletes and to call upon governing bodies and individuals in the state of California to protect female student athletes. I would like to point out that to date, at least 15 other boards of education around the state of California have passed a similar resolution, including 2 county boards of education. The first of these resolutions was passed in June of 2024, and to my knowledge, none of these boards of education have faced litigation to date after passing these resolutions. One of the biggest arguments against my resolution could be that it violates state law. California has enacted laws that blatantly violate Title IX protections for girls. The U.S. Department of Education's website makes it clear that, quote, state laws do not override federal anti-discrimination laws, and these entities and their member schools remain subject to Title IX and its implementing regulations, end quote. Let me be clear, this is a civil rights issue. Historically, there were several feminist groups that fought for equality in sports. Even after Title IX was implemented in 1972, there were many advancements that allowed women's sports to be elevated to a status equal to men. I fear that if we do not take a stand on this issue, we will erase the efforts of these women and we will erase girls' sports. We essentially have boys' sports and co-ed sports when we allow boys to compete with girls. It is irresponsible to ignore the fact that boys have inherent biological advantages over girls. Doing so puts our girls at risk for severe injury. For example, Peyton McNabb was severely injured during a volleyball match after she suffered a forceful blow from a male on an opposing team. She suffered permanent injury, including partial paralysis. There are several examples that illustrate advantages that male athletes have over female athletes. I'll share one. As a male swimmer, Leah Thomas ranked 554th, but when he was allowed to compete as a female, he ranked 5th. Polls show that 80% of Americans and 65% of Californians agree that we need to protect girls' sports and that athletes should play on sports teams that match their sex assigned at birth. Even our governor, Gavin Newsom, has stated that allowing boys to participate in girls' sports is, quote, deeply unfair, end quote. As we continue to ignore Title IX protections, the California Department of Education, the California Interscholastic Federation, and California school districts are opening themselves up to lawsuits. This month, 3 girls filed a federal civil rights lawsuit against the CDE, CIF, and Harupa Unified School District. The press release outlines that the girls not only endured 3 years of lost opportunities when a male competed in their sports, but that they endured unwanted physical touching, including unwanted butt tapping on the volleyball court. The lawsuit alleges that the defendants' policies and inaction have created an unsafe and discriminatory environment. These girls were silenced and ignored by the adults that should have protected them. It's easy to say it's just one boy, but as we have seen in many recent news stories, one boy can take away a scholarship, take away first place, take away a podium spot, take away a qualifying spot, or take away a spot on the team. One boy impacts teammates and players on opposing teams. For a district who repeatedly talks about inclusion for all, I would like to ask, where exactly are girls included if we refuse to take a stand today? This is about doing what is right for the girls who do not have a voice. I am their voice today, and I hope you will join me.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent.
And your question to me was?
Oh, I'm sorry. The staff recommendation from the subcommittee, the reasoning from the staff.
Okay, from the subcommittee work. Yes. Okay. With relation, the challenge with the resolution as presented is it is contrary to California state law. And so we have, as a district, not brought forward resolutions or asked the board to take action on any items that would be against established state law, because it puts the district potentially at a situation where we could be sued and or deal with some other type of legal action, because our responsibility is to carry out state law.
Thank you very much. And I agree with that. I think my reasoning for also not agreeing to put this on the agenda, serving in my role as president, is that this issue is currently before the courts. The courts will have the final say. It is entirely likely that the courts will say something vague enough where California decides to either redo or stick to their guns on what their position is. And so I think it is appropriate for us to wait to have a full policy discussion on this until we get full guidance from not just the federal courts, but also the state. So that was my reasoning as well. So, all right. So next up, we will open the floor for public comment. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
Yes, President Vargas, we do have some blue cards, but I don't think it reached our number that reduced our minutes. So all right, let's call Randy Baker with next Kurt Thompson. And we're going to go back to 3 minutes.
I want to direct my comments directly to you. With all due respect to Mr. Hoffman, the employees, or anyone else associated with EGUSD, you folks are elected officials. You represent the community. You represent the citizens that vote you in. I'm not going to go through the rhymes and reasons of why we're here. Talk about a lawsuit. We're facing federal lawsuits, not state, federal. That's where this is headed. And you guys can play hot potato all you want, and it doesn't really matter. We're going to get sued one way or another because we're violating constitutional rights and Title IX. It's that simple. My suggestion to pass this. Thank you, Ms. Moore, for having the guts to stand up, because this should have been done a long time ago. Support Title IX, because if you want to say I support women, you have to support Title IX. Otherwise, it's lip service. I suggest you put it on the agenda, and all of you that are elected or appointed that represent the citizens, get your butts out in the community. Ask them just 2 questions. Do you believe it's fair that boys play in girls' sports? The second question, do you believe that it is fair that a boy be in girls' spaces, bathrooms, or locker rooms? We can have co-ed sports. We have it after we graduate. We look up CSD. They have tons of that. We're in violation, and it is your duty to make sure that we are doing what we can. I get Mr. Vargas's comment about let's wait for the state. Let's wait for the courts. There is no reason to be waiting, because one way or another, we're going to get sued. And the courts are settling it from SCOTUS to federal courts every day. You read it in the paper. And I'm going to tell you lastly, Bonta is not going to save you. Not personally and not collectively. He's not. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Kurt Thompson, followed by Meg Mudden.
So in the late 90s and early 2000s, I kept hearing news stories that suggested, due to how Title IX had been interpreted, colleges and all over the country were cutting successful men's programs like wrestling and men's gymnastics and replacing them with sports like women's rowing, even though there was very little interest in those women's sports. Now, because of these past injustices, I cannot support this resolution. Now is the time for not just talented men, but mediocre men to steal the opportunities of this generation of young women as a form of restorative justice for past wrongs. We're all about equity, right? And hopefully this won't just extend to non-contact sports like track and soccer. As a former competitor, I can see this trend moving to mixed martial arts. I'm sure many men would love to step into a cage and fight women. I mean, after all, it's about time we ditch this misogynistic idea that women are too fragile to take a punch from a man, and men shouldn't hit women. We should just get rid of that, right? Now, If you agreed with anything I just said, you're probably a psychopath. This is a very common sense resolution. What the hell are you even debating? The fact that we're at a point in history where this level of common sense even has to be drafted in the first place is demented. Even our own governor stated publicly that men competing in women's sports is unfair, so your concern about the state is just ridiculous. The governor says it's unfair. So why is this board dragging its feet on basic decency? Boys don't hit girls, and locker rooms are not co-ed. Because, and I know it's hard for you guys to hear this, boys and girls are different. These are things that shouldn't have to be said, but here we are, making things way more difficult than they need to be, like my kids getting ready for school in the morning. So, since it seems to be difficult for you, let me make it easy. Vote yes to add this to a future agenda item, and then when it's on the agenda, vote yes again. Stop complicating the obvious. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Next, Meg Mudden, followed by Daniel Russell.
Oops. Okay. Hello again. Meg Madden from CAUSE, Californians United for Sex-Based Evidence in Policy and Law. I'm going to address some of the lies about gender identity in sports that are typically claimed by those who support boys cheating in girls' sports. First, as Beth Bourne said, we have no idea how many males are participating in girls' sports in California or in this district, or changing in girls' locker rooms. CIF does not track it. Do you? Second, requiring students to play on the teams that align with their sex is not keeping any student from participating in sports. School sports participation requires athlete compliance with multiple rules. Playing only on the sex-specific team that aligns with the athlete's sex should be the most obvious and basic of these rules. Can we please put to bed this ridiculous lie that anyone is for banning any students from any sports? No, we support any student who wants to play sports. We just want boys out of girls' sports. Third, we don't know any trans people. Well, I certainly know very well several people who once identified as the opposite sex or as non-binary, including those who, as a result, now suffer from great physiological harm from being poisoned with puberty blockers, wrong sex hormones, and by having unnecessary invasive surgeries. This is because gender identity is a lie that convinces people, including school children, that there is something wrong with them, causing them to allow unethical doctors to profoundly harm their bodies, chasing the impossible. But let me tell you about a teen boy I knew about a decade ago. He's now an adult, or else I wouldn't be talking to him about him, but then he was a teen boy of 14 or so. He claimed to be a girl, used a girl's name, dressed and wore his hair in a way more stereotypically female, and he played on the same sport team as my child. Not my daughter. He played on the same team as my son, the boys' team, because he was a boy. Yes, he said he was a girl and he played on the boys' team with the other boys, and it was fine. Listen to truth, recognize lies, and please advance the proposed resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Daniel Russell, followed by Mills Cynthia.
Good evening, Superintendent Hoffman and President Vargas, Vice President Yang, and esteemed trustees. Thank you so much, and principals and teachers, community, my friends. Thank you for letting us speak. And the amazing thing about being almost last is everything's already been said. It's been said by you, it's been said by us. There's just so much here. And so while I do have a couple more points to make, I think we should just move forward, put it on the agenda, and deal with it, because this sounds like a really serious issue. I mean, whether it's the love and concern for trans community, trans kids, or whether it's the girls that don't want boys, undressing in front of them, or they don't want to undress in front of the boys. I'm just saying, this is a serious issue. And as much as we would like to say, well, let's wait until, the lawsuits are settled or this or that and the other thing, well, the other 15 school districts and county boards of education didn't do that. And it tells the girls, hey, I'm also known as Papa. Hey, Papa, you care for me. Instead of saying to my granddaughters, 2 of them in this school district, 2 daughters in the school district, 2 granddaughters, no, honey, nobody wants to listen to you. Be quiet. You're a girl. He thinks he's a girl, and so he's going to dress in front of you. I mean, these are little kids. Even if she's 13 or 14 or 15 years old, she's my granddaughter. And the hot potato thing, that was the greatest thing, because you just hear, whether it's our beloved Governor Newsom, who did say to Charlie Kirk, hey, Charlie, I agree with you. It's unfair. He actually said, I align with you. Those are the words. You can go back and look at it. I listened to it a couple times already. And they were just honest with each other. Charlie and Gavin and Charlie going back and forth. And our beloved governor said, I don't know what to do. He doesn't know what to do. He said to the reporters that interviewed him the next day, when he was in trouble, Gavin Newsom was in trouble because he said to Charlie, I agree with you. And so the reporter said, well, Governor, what are you going to do? And he looked at the reporter and says, I don't know what to do. Do you know what to do? He's asking the reporter. Does the reporter know what to do? That's our leader. So no, let's not wait for that, because then he says, well, it's up to CEF, and CEF says it's up to the Department of Education. Department of Education says it's up to the legislature. And then the legislature says, well, it's Governor Brown's. It's like, who's going to take responsibility? Let's put it on the next agenda. God bless you guys.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Cynthia, followed by Jacqueline.
Good evening, President Vargas and the board. My name is Cynthia Mills. This is my first opportunity having to speak to everyone, and on a very interesting topic. So I want to share some observations that I kind of saw today. I had an opportunity to watch the beginning of the board meeting at home because I couldn't get here in time. I had a conflict. So obviously, very, very impassioned conversation has happened today on both sides. Would you agree? My question is, I'm not really sure how big of a problem this truly is and what the resolution is trying to address and resolve. When you look at, I think you said, Ms. Moore, 633,000 students in Elk Grove, and how many of them are actually impacted and affected by this. And if we really are trying to solve issues that impact all of our students, yes, is this a problem? Yes, it is. But is this a problem that we should be spending all of our time on and have this resolution and discuss? When I listened earlier today, we've had bus drivers that are looking for fair pay and benefits. We've got counselors that are looking to keep their job and have extra support. Is there other ways for us to spend our time with that? Right? Some of the incidents that were brought up, impactful, but again, it makes me wonder, is this truly the biggest problem that we have to be addressing in this school district, right? Are our kids being taken care of, right? The other part is that you have a part of your community that is here today, again, very impassionate on their beliefs and why they're here. You have a large number of Elk Grovians. I don't even know if they know if this is on the school board. Is it fair for them not to have a voice? So I impassion you to please kind of keep to what you're doing. And in closing, if you want to leave it up to the state, let the state be the ruler of it, and then you'll make the decision moving from there. But if you, until then, get more of the community's voice on this matter. Okay. The last thing I would say is that it's been brought up about Title IX. I played sports in high school myself, and if we really cared about women, we would really be looking at and comparing men's sports to women's sports and seeing, is everything equal? Is the facilities, is the equipment, is the clothing, is all of that, are they on the same level as the men? And it's not. So if we really care about that, don't bring in the transgender under this Title IX. There is a small overlap. If we care about women and care about young girls, ask them, are their facilities up to par with the men? And thank you for the time.
Thank you, ma'am. Up next, Jacqueline, followed by Chad W.
Hi, I support the Protect Girls Sports Resolution as a future agenda item. I also do not think we need to wait for this to play out in the courts. My daughters alone have had 3 biological boys in their dressing rooms. So when we talk about numbers, and heard somebody earlier say there are only 10 that are in all of the state, I think she said. I really doubt that Elk Grove has 30% of all of them. And so is it an item that I care about? Is it an item that my girls care about? 100, they do. Allowing biological boys to participate in sports programs that were designed to create protections and access for women and girls in public education programs and activities is like turning Title IX on its head. The very idea that our girls should need to come up with a very good reason for why they don't want to undress in front of boys is incomprehensible to me. They should not have to defend why disrobing in front of biological males feels unsafe for them. It should be apparent. We don't need more examples of what harm can come to our girls when their undressed bodies are made accessible to biological males. Even males that have been given access by authorities that assure us that all is fine, our fears are unwarranted, and they are not in harm's way. Enough girls have been harmed sexually and have been left with long-standing physical and mental scars requiring the filing of police reports, forensic interviews, years of cost for counseling, and up to including have to go and face their offenders over and over again. Stories of Mark Schiffelbein and or Larry Nasser and generations of girls in gymnastics subjected to horrible sexual abuse paint an ugly enough picture. Now, these biological boys that are entering our girls' sports in Elk Grove may never do these things, but why? Take the gamble. It is a necessary risk, and well-intentioned adults, like I believe this board to be made up of, do not gamble. They do not gamble with the lives of the children under their care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Chad W., followed by Farha Joaquin.
Hello, board. I come before you today to ask you to please approve the board agenda proposed by Member Moore on the topic of fairness in girls' sports. Now, we are sincerely having an issue in fairness. That's what I hear from Representative Moore's speech and what I hear from women and boys around the world. There are multiple reasons that the board should put this item on the agenda. You can agree that it is extremely important to help provide fair treatment to boys and girls around the world, but it is this board's responsibility to provide fair treatment for the boys and girls in Elk Grove Unified School District. And we are not currently providing that environment for our boys or our girls, but this is specifically focusing on the girls today. I want you to please not ignore the truth. Truth is not subjective. It is not something that I decide or someone else decides on a whim. And one truth that I know to be true is that men and women have distinct biological differences. Those are created by God, and those are good. It's a good thing that men and women are different. It's a good thing that they can have their own sports. So I encourage you to please look into the matter of not just what God says, but scientifically, it can be proven that men have more physical body mass, more muscle mass than women. Why do we need to put those in the same space as women who want to have a place that they're protected and cared for? Spaces like sports and in their locker rooms. Why are we allowing these boys to come into a girl's private space, a place that they should be protected in, and they know that they're safe in? Instead, they don't know that. They can't have that assurance because of this board's inaction to at least talk about this issue. Why do we care about the boys' feelings more than the girls' lives? In this country, we're given the pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but multiple of these pursuits are being taken away from these women. They don't get to choose whether or not they have to watch, or not necessarily watch, but be in front of boys that are changing in their locker rooms, or to be on a boy in the opposite side of a team opposing them. To put their body at risk, they don't get to make that choice. Instead, the boys are getting to make that choice for them. They are losing the pursuit of liberty, and they're losing the pursuit of life in that same way because of the distinct biological differences of men and women. And that's something I am really sad about. So I just ask that you please consider discussing this as a group. Put the item on the agenda. You proclaim protection from lawsuits, but by, again, this inaction, choosing to wait to see what happens, it's going to lead to further lawsuits from students and parents and more alike.
Sorry, sir, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last card for Joaquin.
Hello. Thank you so much, Heidi Moore, for your bravery in presenting this item today. I appreciate you talking about Peyton McNabb. I was going to talk about her as well. She's one of the many girls who have had their career in sports stripped away from them at the hands of biological men and women's sports and spaces. That happened in September 2022. She was a high school volleyball player and suffered a concussion, neck injury, and partial facial paralysis after being struck in the face by a spike ball from a male opponent. That truly packs a punch compared to a female opponent. In the name of equality, equity, we have not created an equal or an equitable space for women in school to engage in sports without risking their livelihood, their entire future in sports, in Peyton's case, the risk of lifelong trauma from being sexually harassed, and the risk of being outclassed due to their biological differences between their biologically male teammates. And yes, it is an important topic to address, as this affects the way that young women and men view themselves. Continuing to lie about their biological reality only causes confusion and hurt for women who experience loss at the hands of male teammates and opponents. And as a young person, I'm just extremely disappointed to see that we continue to work towards a future that hates the idea of protecting our young women from a physical beating, sexual assault, and just preventing them from the human decency of a private space that they get to share with other women. And it takes an adult, I think, with numb senses, or an adult who finds sick pleasure in subjecting women to be forced into these spaces with men to oppose placing this on the agenda. This is a horrible reality that we have to fight for the right for women to not be sexually violated. While this board considers this proposal to be a violation of state law and is dragging on this topic, young girls will be violated physically every single day. When we consider the countless points of harm caused to young girls that can easily be resolved by offering an equal and equitable space for biological women, what do we have to lose in addressing this topic? Please consider giving these young women a voice in this topic. Please support Heidi Moore in her efforts to give young women that voice. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends the blue card on this item.
Thank you very much. Then at this time, I will entertain a motion Let me get the language right. I will entertain a motion to approve that a board agenda item regarding Board Member Moore's proposed board resolution supporting Title IX and fairness in girls' interscholastic sports. Excuse me?
Can I ask a question first before we make that motion?
No, we're going to have board discussion after the motion and a second, if there's a second.
If the motion is not passed, that means we're not going to discuss about it?
So the rule is, if we're going to have a motion, I'm sure Ms. Moore will make the motion. If there's a second, we will move to board discussion. If there's no second, we will move on to the next item.
Okay, gotcha.
I will entertain a motion to approve that a board agenda item regarding Board Member Moore's proposed board resolution supporting Title IX and fairness in girls' interscholastic sports be added to a future board meeting agenda.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to place a resolution titled Supporting Title IX and Fairness in Girls' Interscholastic Sports as a future agenda item.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Very well. Hearing.
Good.
All right, Mr. Yang seconds. Next up is board discussion. We'll start on this end with Ms. Baldwin. Any discussion?
I don't believe I have any questions on the topic here, but I would just like to say that a resolution that would target our trans students is not appropriate for our district and isn't aligned with the mission of what we stand for, that all students reach their highest potential. And so I do not agree with moving this forward.
Thank you. Ms. Ballerini?
Okay, all 8 of us school board members up here on the dais, including myself, took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. If we were to adopt this draft resolution, it would result in EGUSD taking a position on the matter that is currently being litigated. Specifically, the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California is in the process of determining whether California law permitting students to play sports consistent with their gender identities violates Title IX. In my opinion, we as the board should wait until the lawsuit regarding this matter is fully litigated and then take board action consistent with legal precedent and the law. Therefore, I will not be voting to move this suggested resolution forward.
Thank you. Mr. Zhang.
I agree with both Ms. Baldwin and Ms. Ballerini as we are a school district in California. As the 3rd largest school district, I believe that we should abide by school district laws, but also as the student representative for all 63,000 of those students, I understand that there is a genuine concern coming from members of the community here, but there are also concerns in the rest of the community and the rest of the students that are a part of this district. And as a student myself, when I ran for this position, I believe that we should all abide by state laws and our district values, and by disregarding trans opinions, I believe that that is not what our district stands for, and that is harmful for our trans students.
Thank you. No. We will respect our board members, and specifically our student board member. Thank you. Mr. Yang.
I just want to start saying that I have not read the resolution that was drafted. The reason why I second the motion, because I believe and I think that the community need to hear from us, board. And that's why I second the motion. And I too swore the oath to abide the law and serve the people. So without having a chance to read the resolution, I'm not sure I'm gonna vote yes or no. But I think, and I believe that the constituents at least get a chance to hear from us board who are elected by our constituents. And our constituents came here full room tonight to speak their opinion regarding this. So that's why I second Ms. Moore's motion. Not to say that I am supporting her resolution because I have not read it, right? So I just wanted to clarify that. And well, definitely, I'm anxious to see what's going forward in terms of the state laws, the court, and what we as a school district will abide with the law going forward. But this is a topic or a situation where I believe that not everyone's going to be happy regarding the decision that's going to be determined or made in the near future. So that's all I have to say for tonight. Thank you.
Ms. Davis.
I want to begin by acknowledging the importance of the conversations that we're having around Title IX, girls, and transgender rights. These are deeply personal, complex issues, and I believe everyone at this dais wants to do the right thing by all students and members of our community. That said, I will not be supporting the proposed board resolution at this time. Not because I don't care, but because this issue is still actively being hashed out in the courts. We're seeing evolving legal interpretations and shifting federal guidance, and I believe it's both wise and responsible for this board to wait until we have a clear legal direction before taking a formal stance that could have unintended consequences for our district. I'd prefer to take the time to do this right, wait for the courts, honor the legal process, and commit to having honest, consistent conversations that reflect our values across the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I made my position clear before, so I have nothing additional to add. Ms. Moore, I will give you the last word before we go to a vote.
I would just like to thank everyone that came out in support of this resolution. I know that many of my constituents do support it. It's one of the #1 things that I heard when I was walking houses, that people do want our girls protected. And it is a big issue that there's a reason the polls indicate that it is. I would also just like to thank Mr. Yang for seconding, and the reality is if you want to see my resolution, then you could vote it through. That's not saying you support my resolution, it's saying that we want to have more discussion and be transparent about what this resolution is and give the community and board members opportunity to understand it better. I mean, I respect all of your positions, but obviously you can't see my resolution unless you were to vote it through. But I thank you all, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we'll move to a vote. We'll do a roll call. Ms. Baldwin.
No.
Ms. Moore.
Yes.
Ms. Ballerini.
No.
Mr. Zhang.
No.
Mr. Yang.
No.
Ms. Davis.
No.
And I am also a no. The motion fails 7-1.
We voted out.
With that, we have no further business to attend to, so the meeting is adjourned at 9:34.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, pretty good. You know,